Okay. Stretch one stretch to start it all off. But let's not keep the bitch waiting. Oh, we're gonna get right into it with the first ever mainline Ace Attorney case that I have not played. Yeah, let's put it that way. Because there's only 6 mainline games and the spin-offs, and then technically I haven't beaten Ace Attorney Investigations 2 or Professor Layton versus Wright or no, what's it called? The Great Ace Attorney games, but those aren't mainline games, so they don't count in my mind. Slight cope, we'll call it that.
Wakey wakey, 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
What the fuck? It's Shelly the Killer. Yeah, I said it because it's the only assassin that I know. Well, 2 assassins. Well, no. Oh, the other guy was no. What's his name? The guy who pretended to be Bobby Fulbright, whatever it was. The Phantom guy was the spy, not an assassin. Ah, another fine day in the Kingdom of Crying. It's so peaceful here. One last sight she has to perform. Mr. Wright. It's my sidekick, Hapraki. Alibi. That's alibi. Hapraki. Oh, you've mastered the traditional meaning of crying. I don't know anything about that. Have you gotten used to life at the temple? I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the morning started a little too early for me. Haha, yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Krain. Hats off to you guys. I don't know how you do it. And today's a special day full of even more prayer than usual. There's nothing better in the world than being able to pray to your heart's content. What is it, Easter in this game? So what makes today a special anyway? You mean you don't know? Today is the purification rite. It's only performed once a year. So what exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification rite? What? Didn't she tell you? She's playing the role of Lady Kira. It's like Kira. It's only the most important part of the entire rite. It's unprecedented to have a foreigner play such a key role. Wow, that's really something. It really is. Helping out such an amazing person has been the greatest honor of this humble tour guide's life. So who is this Lady Kira you speak of, mentioned? Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought valiantly to set. Okay, let me stop you right there. Is something wrong? Yeah, can you just give me like a brochure, like a pamphlet or something? No, it's just, I get the feeling I'm in for a really long story. Yeah, I'd say it normally takes around 2 hours to tell. If you're a tour guide, you can learn to knock that down to an hour. Whew. Oh, right. You're supposed to finally see Miss Maya today. The story can wait then. In the meantime, you can read up on the Wright with this. See? An English guidebook? Where did you dig this up from? I found it just lying there in the temple library. I figured no one's using it, so I borrowed it. Hey, this book belongs to Maya. See? That's her name on the back. Guess there's no harm in keeping this for a while then. This Maya should already be at the site where the Wright is to take place. Let's go to the Plaza of Devotion. $5 says she gets arrested for something. It's on a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold though. I think I can handle it. Okay. Full moon, staging area, high priest, priestess, curtain. Pony. The whole thing's a fancy way of getting Kira to take a bath once a year. It must be nice to be her. Ew, that means she's stinky. How dare you call our favorite, like, legendary warrior god stinky? Oh, I mean, she literally, like, does not bathe. What? No, stretch my neck. Okay. Should we examine this place? Or should we move? Let's just move. That guy in the middle looks interesting because he's a different color than the rest of them. It's so cold. Look at all these people. Well, this is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is. Devoted, right. But couldn't they just as easily do all this praying someplace warmer? It's about the tenacity, the principle, the, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word I'm looking for, but I can't think of it. This too is a part of our religious training. It helps us build strength and spirit and willpower. Yeah, not willpower. Not building character. Maybe willpower. Maybe it is tenacity. Further up at the end of those stairs is the inner sanctum. I see. Everyone I've met so far seems deeply religious. Of course we are. After all, Ukraine is known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Ukrainians spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. Good for you. What? 15? From the moment we wake to the moment we fall asleep, our hearts are always in prayer. You see all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. They contain the prayers of our people. Such piety is the glory of our people, and I'm afraid that story is gonna have to wait for another time, Albie. Maya should be here any minute now. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't wait to see Miss Maya again. I can't wait for her to get arrested again, probably. Oh, pardon me, oh noble traveler.
How do you fare, Mr. Wright? It's been many a day.
Who might you be? Maya?
It's Maya Haparaki. Haparaki, Albie. And you, Mr. Wright. May the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Oh, thanks. Long time no see, Nick. Ah, there you go. Ah, they kicked in her music. Ah, ah. Take me back. Take me back to a simpler time. I was playing the original trilogy. Not that the new trilogy is bad, but just, I mean, like, when I first was playing the original trilogy, my younger years. Well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you can say that again. Ah, Terrain Village, I see, and then Kurain. I sure miss those days. It was a ton of fun being the real boss of Wright and Co. law offices. Didn't I sound just like a pious nun when you saw me just now? Too bad it's all about all I learned from all the training I did. Ah, she's still smug. You haven't changed a bit, Maya. Huh? And what's that supposed to mean? She's still doing the same emotes too. Just for old fucking time's sake. Oh, hey. Congrats on getting your badge back, Nick. Thanks, Maya. Now you can go back to a life of boldly facing bluffing the day away every day. That's not exactly why I returned to the courtroom, you know. Hey, that's mine. Well, it was just sitting there in the temple's library, so Albie sort of checked it out for me. Hope it comes in handy then. Oh, and by the way, the Maya Library of Guidebooks has a $2 a day donation policy. I guess Albie's entrepreneurial spirit is contagious. More like she probably taught him. I heard what happened, Nick. You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of a long story. I was the accused. But you should have seen Mr. Wright in action. He was amazing. I bet it was another one of your famous seat of your pants, come from behind wins, huh? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. So I get it because you're a lawyer. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. No, I'm more mature. Nick is at least. So I guess you finished the bulk of the training needed to become the master, right? Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? Yep, I've completed the full 2 years. I'll finally go home once I perform the purification rite today. Actually, I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. Well, the high priestess's wife usually conducts it each year, but with her baby on the way, it's just more than she can handle. The high priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Well, you may not know all of the customs, but with your training, I'm sure you do great. You bet. Just you watch, Nick. I'm gonna be the best Lady Kira guardian deity ever. I better throw in a few prayers for things to not end in a flaming disaster then. So about that guardian deity you'll be portraying today, what exactly are we talking about here? Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way we think of them back home. Oh, ho ho ho. Oh, Apollo's already thinking, I see. That's the assassin thing that we saw. Interesting. It's a real person who fought to establish the Kingdom of Wright a long, long time ago. And now the kingdom's people worship her as the guardian deity. They believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in a sacred robe, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies. So she's like the Steel Samurai. That sounds like something you'd be into. I know, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right. Whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must be a really popular... must really be a popular deity if all these people are here for her. All these simps! Yeah, but there's more to it than just her popularity this year. Hmm? So why is this Wright attracting such a large crowd this year? Because there's been actual sightings, you know, of the real deal. Allow me to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared, just like in the legends, and she began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left. You're kidding, right? They say it's only a matter of time till she gets their leader, the revolutionary Dirk, too. It's a bit hard to swallow, though. I mean, even if they are trying to disrupt the peace, I doubt the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life. I didn't believe it at first, either. There's a real picture of her on the front page of today's newspaper. That's gonna be evidence for something. Sightings of her go back about 2 years ago. But this is the first actual picture of her to ever be taken. But couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan? You know, like you, Maya? You mean like a cosplayer? Those rebels are no joke, Nick. They're trained in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. You think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that dressed in a costume alone? That's why she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. A spirit possessing a piece of clothing? Maybe you should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're just jealous that I'm still young at heart. I'm young too, still. I've got a real office to run now, so I've got to keep it real, right? You've really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spike of yours have grown really dull, and there's even one that's drooping. Can we leave my hair out of this? Anyway, I swear that Lady Kira people have been spotting is the real deal. Besides, it's just so much more fun to believe it's true, you know? I can't believe you really buy all that. That ice is gonna be relevant. Male insurgent who escaped from Royal Planetary number 4 yesterday. Does it say how long she's been appearing for? I don't think whoever escaped is the Lady Kira thing, 'cause I don't think it lightens up, but I don't know. It depends. We'll see how it goes. That's what happens when you have a small nap. Your body starts creaking, cracking. You need to wake yourself up a little bit. Oof. But Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. She even gave me this great new food idea. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on Lady Kira. We're calling it the Kira bun. I wonder if that's a pun. I don't know. Talk about a Kira business. Kira. Talk about a Kira business strategy. Yeah, I'm gonna say Kira. Come on, Maya. Just admit it to you running around just like as Lady Kira already. I guess the jig is up. What? Is it really true, Miss Maya? Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body. What? Come on now, don't fall for that. Only minion of the defiant dragons could see through my disguise. Now, feel my wrath, foul lawyer. Yeah, I'll see the pout. Mr. Wright. Just kidding. I mean, come on. I may be dressing up as Lady Kira for the Wright today, but there's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types. Incorrect. I saw a left hook. Did she just punch me? Holy fuck. Also incorrect. If you're possessed, you probably could be able to take someone out. Oh, you were just trying to be funny. You really had me going there for a second. Well, I hope you enjoyed playing superhero at the Wright today. Oh, when you put it that way, I'm even more hyped about it now than I was already. Oh no. I know one person who has jangles. I hear the sound of the high priest's footsteps. I better get going. His footsteps? During the Wright, he wears these really big bells on his ankles. Okay, so it's not the fucking brat who's been like, oh, look at me, I'm the high priestess and whatever. What's her name? That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, right? Well, see you later. This Maya's always so bright and cheerful. Yeah, I'm glad to see she hasn't changed. Ah, it's Acolyte Zealot. Zealot? Are you kidding me? Acolyte Zealot? That's an oxymoron. Ah, see? I said it. I fucking said it. I said that guy in the front, the different clothing is probably going to be important. Look, he's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the high priest, Abbot in me. And lives and trains at his house. Okay, I guess Abbott and yeah, like Abbott, like a to go to place. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle? Yeah, I could never do that. Ah, it's Abbott in me. The purification rite is about to begin. Cutscene time? Interesting. Why am I looking? Oh no, I'm thinking of somebody else. So that's the sacred robe Maya would be wearing during the rite. It's almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo was wearing. Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind. Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. Oh, those bells on the high priest's ankles. They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. Got some big balls there, Sonny. Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everyone else. Those who don't will suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. I'm fine. Okay, let's see. First I kneel down and cross my ankles, and then I bow forward. Yep, you're gonna feel pain because you're old, aren't you? Now all I can see is the ground, and my back is... Yep, my back is killing me. I knew this was gonna happen. You really should have trained for this, sir. Wait a second. How long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie? The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow. What? No. No, fuck that. I'm gonna go back to the fucking hotel. That's 2 whole days. I don't feel so... Oh. It's alright. Are you okay, sir? Somebody help. The fucking back broke. Oh my god. Oh. Mr. Wright, please, you have to get up. How's my aching? Albie? Where are we? The High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. Why are you sweating? Are you sweating because you had to drag me here? Or are you sweating because shit has gone down? Something terrible's happened. Okay, option B. It's Miss Maya. She's... Oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. Oh my god. Miss Maya's... She's been arrested. And we go! There we go! That's right. Here we go. It's our Maya getting arrested episode. Old classic. An old Wright Maya mess around. Let's go. Oh, what? What is this? The third time she's been arrested or fourth time? Hold on. She got arrested in the second case of the first game. She got arrested in the second case in the second game. And she got arrested in the at a certain point in the last case in the third game. She has been arrested in every single mainline game that she has starred in. It's only right that she gets arrested again. Oh god, they're still bowing. Where's Maya? Just take it easy, all right? But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. You can talk all you want back at the station. Let me go. Maya. Nick, I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't. Quiet, you. Come along peacefully or suffer the consequences. Hey, well, wait a second. What on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Hey, back off, officer. Emma? What the fuck? What are you doing here? What? Emma Sky? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but we're placing Maya under arrest. The two sidekicks are meeting? All right, take her down to the station, but with respect. Got it? Yes, ma'am. So, what are you doing in crying, Emma? It's a long story. Anyway, what are you doing in crying, Mr. Wright? Same here. It's a long story, but we can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know what happened. Maya's, well, under arrest for the murder of the High Priest. Wait, the High Priest was murdered? But we were at his... What? Anyway, here's my opportunities badge. Congrats on your return to the legal world. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but I had never had the chance. Thanks, Emma, and congratulations to you, too, on becoming a forensic investigator. That's right. Thanks. Oh, I know. I celebrate by dusting your Tony's badge for fingerprints. But how about we do a Luminar test on it? I think I'll pass on both, but thanks. Why, you got something to hide there? Man, they're bringing out the fucking greatest hits for this case. Okay. If they bring Edgeworth back in this case, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking freak. But I don't think they would blow their load so quickly on that. Oh, I don't know what. Okay. All right. Well, let's talk. What happened? What happened, Emma? Please tell me everything you can. Well, basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. How long was I out for? The victim was Taoist in me. Trust in me. In me. It's trust in me. Like, you know, you put your trust in me. Okay. The High Priest who was presiding over the rite. Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me an entire day has passed since the purification rite? That's right, sir. You passed out for a whole day from your back pain. Bro, that's terrible. Dude, you gotta get your back fixed. But be careful what insurance you get. The murder took place at the inner sanctum where the rite was being held. The inner sanctum? It's the place where the spirit of Lady Kira was enshrined. Is enshrined. It's through the gate over there and up at the top of the mountain stairs just beyond. You know, it's kind of fitting, not the first case, but every other case that involves Maya getting arrested has something to do with like some spiritual shit. Like the second game, she got arrested when she was trying to channel a spirit. The third game, she was arrested at a point when she was trying to train to learn more about her spirit place. And then the fourth time she got arrested this time, it's because of the same thing where she was finishing up her training and doing something. It's at different parts of her journey of being a aesthetic, well, as being a spirit channeler, I'll say. Abbot Inmi and Miss Maya went up to the inner sanctum to begin the rite, just after they finished the prayer you fainted in the middle of. So who do you think killed the high priest? Unfortunately, Maya is a sole suspect right now. During the rite, the inner sanctum was off limits to the general public, so that only the high priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred. Right. Plus, the inner sanctum is on the side of the very steep mountain. The only way up there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion. It's almost like a locked room mystery. Well, not really, but more like a closed-off island mystery kind of thing. Is that a term in the mystery genre? Whatever. Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshippers in the plaza that the high priest was dead, and she made a police statement to that effect. Okay, but then why would she not just be like, oh, he fell? You know? That seems, unless you're trying to say, oh, she's being remorseful. Why would she ever be like, oh, you know, he died and then just fell off of the mountain, you know, and there's no body if she was a killer? That makes no sense. I'm not saying I would, but I'm saying that if I were to kill someone and they're up there in the top of the mountain, just drop him off the mountain, you know? And she's not, well, she's not exactly the smartest tool in the shed, Maya, but she's not dumb, you know? Mr. Wright, sir, are you going to defend Miss Maya? Yes, of course. There's no way she killed anyone. Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. But this is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who would have think you'd have to take on that horrible court again? At least the judge is a little bit more. At least the judge is back on, like, not let's say our side, but he's a little bit not an asshole as much anymore. He's like, okay, I can see how the defense can work a little bit here. But she is gonna be a problem. Wait, who's the prosecutor? So, what brings you here, Emma? Back in the US, I was working a case with an international prosecutor from Korean. He told me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. I can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've gone back in time. Still, he said it takes on cases from around the world. So maybe next time he'll have one in a major city somewhere. Sounds like this prosecutor has taken a liking to you, Emma. After all, it's not every day a prosecutor takes up detective with them overseas. I wonder. He's calm and kind and almost always has a smile on his face. Oh! But it's hard to tell what he's really thinking. This international prosecutor, is he the one who handled Trucy's case? Yes, he is. I take it he'll be the prosecutor on this one, too? Yes, Prosecutor Sadmahi has already been assigned. Prosecutor Sadmahi? Oh, Paula Kuka! You know him, Albie? Of course, everyone in Korean does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. To go up against Prosecutor Sadmahi, you'd incur the Holy Mother's wrath. Look, if my assistant or my protege can beat him, I can beat him. But it's my job to, as a lawyer. Oh, right. Sorry. Oh, but the problem now is that we're on his home turf. I just realized that. Oh. Oh, that's gonna be rough. Going up him and what's her name? I forgot what that girl's name is. Uh, yeah, yeah, going up against both of those two together is gonna be a fucking headache. I'm not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent. Yeah, I heard Apollo had a really tough time, so I'd better give it everything I've got. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here. Come to think of it, Prosecutor Sadbadhi mentioned something to that effect. I'm not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Really? Are you sure you aren't going to get in trouble for helping the quote-unquote enemy? He did come down on me pretty hard when I tried to help Trucy in that last trial. Let's just say I'll help where I can. Yeah, you probably should, because if you're here because of him, and something goes bad, that would be really bad for you. Thanks, but don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, okay? So first things first, let's start with this. Hot off the press is the High Priest autopsy report. Let's see if it gets updated later down the road. The victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's Warbad dagger. Warbad dagger. Oh, that's stupid. All right, let's keep going. It's used during the rite. However, the dagger has yet to be found. Maybe it's been tossed over the mountain. Lady Kira's dagger, huh? Wait, so if it's had to be found, how do you know that's the murder weapon? Hmm. Would it be okay for me to go take a look at the crime scene, Emma? The police have already wrapped up the investigation, but the location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not sure. Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need access if I'm out a viable defense. Alright then. Leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Sadmati and the police later. Thanks, Emma. You have quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step. Wait, you're not coming with me? Oh no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. That's fair. Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it. You get to go to the inner sanctum? Oh, you're so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself were to set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum is off limits for you, huh? Oh well. Guess I'll just have to face this all on my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Aren't they going to go home? The customs of this rite require that they not remove from the spot until tomorrow afternoon. It doesn't faze them to have the police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops. Huh. Wow, I guess this is what it's like to live in a deeply religious society, right? Let's go to the inner sanctum first. And then we'll go to the dental center afterwards. Maya's fine by herself. She's good. Cuts her like fucking like crying. Oh boy. Oh gee whiz. Oh great. And look who's here. It's really high up and really, really cold. What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. I better get started while I still feel my fingers. How about we not look at her? How about we look at anything else but her? Can we not? Okay, great. Time for the Francisco von Karma of this game. Excuse me? It's you. Do you even know where you are? Barbed head? Of course I do. Might I ask why you're here, your benevolence? Interesting. So she also wears bells on her wrists, like how he wears bells on his legs. Interesting. I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. But what are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in Cryonism. And I'm about to defile the shit out of this sacred spot by investigating around. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not unscrupulous. Quiet. You dare to find fault with my insights at every turn the other day. Are you... Your insights weren't wrong. Like, they had the right stuff. I'm just gonna examine why. Why do you keep looking away? I was thinking about investigating the crime scene. But you can do so later. You are speaking with me right now. Okay. Do you want to see my attorney's badge? What is that badge you bear? It's a sunflower pendant. They're quite popular in my country. It is rather cute, I must say. Actually, it's just my attorney's badge. Oh? So you mean it would have actually been worth more as a cheap accessory? My profession is worth more than $1.20, you know. Did it pay for the badge? That was a book from your land, is it not? Yes, it's a guidebook about Cryon that was written by people back home. Oh, so there are people in your land who know of our fair kingdom. Then I imagine it must say something about me in there, correct? Oh, good God. She's a fucking... Ah, God. She's worse than Francisca. Francisca's like fucking... What's the word I'm looking for? Not pretentious. Narcissistic is a good way of putting it. Arrogant. She's very arrogant, right? But she's also like... She's not dumb. That's not the word I'm looking for. She's not... Okay, she's a little egotistical, but she's not like... big-headed egotistical. Okay, she is, but not this bad. Okay, kind of, maybe not. Okay, maybe they're basically the same. I don't know. She doesn't have a whip, though. Actually, yes, it's at the Dance of Devotions performed by an adorable little princess. How dare they write me off as though I were a child? Hey, I'm just reading what it says. Adama, for your thoughts. What a dreadful way to die. Did you know the High Priest, your benevolence? Yes, he was a pious priest of Cryonism. As such, he had the trust of the entire kingdom. The entire kingdom? Really? Yes, but what do you know of faith and trust? You who can never hope to match his virtue. How much do you want to bet we're gonna find out that he's like, I don't know, like dealing drugs on the side or some shit? It is like comparing the moon to a puddle, or the sea to a puddle. As you know, your benevolence, a murder has occurred and I need to investigate. But we know the killer is one of your own. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she is a serious student of spirit channeling who came here to study. So can't you at least give her a chance to explain what happened? All practitioners from overseas are big, phony balonies. What? And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bid for prestige. Have her spirit, you know what? No, have her spirit channel her sister in. You could tell her that. Yeah, let's see what happens then. Tweedledum and Tweedledee. As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene, and I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our sacred hall of justice once more? No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have to come to forge evidence then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people anyway? My mother and father. Do you have an issue with their parental guidance? No, I would never dare criticize the royal couple. Oh ho. I just had the most wonderful idea, bobbed head. Is she gonna watch me while I do investigations? So, what's this most wonderful idea of yours? If you are to investigate this murder, then I shall oversee your every move so as to prevent any misdeeds naturally. There we go. There we go. What? You mean to follow me around the entire time? And and this just like that, I got my sidekick again. Bye, Albie. I'm done playing with you now. This meme. I got a new sidekick. Even though she hates my goddamn guts. Of course, not that I want to, mind you. And I will not tolerate any objections. Understood? She can't do this to me. I think she can. What was that, bobbed head? Nothing. It's nothing. Very well then. Let us get with this investigation over with. Let's get this investigation over with, yeah. We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me. It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, bobbed head. I am a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Karain. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears. If it's that big of a problem, why don't you head on down now? I won't do anything, I promise. No. Lawyers are never to be trusted. Now, make haste so that we may leave here soon. Oh, look, she's like, no. Oh, and one more thing. What now? Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. But this time, my insights shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for defeat, most bitter lawyer. I will. Now can I get on with my investigation? As long as you know where we stand. Okay, so first off, let's talk about the stuff over here. And we'll go left, from left to right, and then we'll go down. There was a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison? Way up there? It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountain, so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits. I'm feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up here. A prison on the top of the tower is insane. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. Oh my god, this really is. It's like the last case of the third game. Spiritual area, lanterns, it was snowing. There was a whole entire thing about there being a burned off spot, right? Oh my god. This lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. I'll take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. Oh, cool. Okay. Can I look up? Yeah, let's look up. Interesting. I see immediately that Dagger has a crow head or a raven head. Is it the Yatagarasu? What an amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira. Do you see that red mark upon her brow? That is the character for death in Koreanese. It is the mark of resolve to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. Interesting. Come to think of it, you have marks on your face, your benevolence. So did the High Priest. The High Priest marks are those of a monk, while mine are of a royal priestess. All members of the Koreanist clergy have such marks upon them. Lixad Mahdi had some too. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept at Temple. So it's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? Interesting. We updated the autopsy report. Is that a weapon in her hand? Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger. The very same one you used in the Wright. It is made to resemble a warbad. The bird that Lady Kira fashioned herself after. Is that an actual thing? If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask. Okay, yeah. Well, let me investigate more and then I'll go back to... And it's still lit, the lantern. Why, of course it is. The sacred flames in the 4 lanterns here have burned for centuries. You sure about that? Anyone who extinguishes even one of them would be put to death immediately. So the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here from that night? The rite is performed by the light of the full moon because moonlight is a purifying force. See. No touching. I wasn't going to. Interesting, so it would have been dark out. Alright, well. Oh, hello. Take a closer look, shall we? Interesting. A bloodstained scrap of paper. Looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps. But it's written Chinese, so I can't read a lick. Let me see that. Once the flame is lit, then... will be... This is simply impossible to read. Wait. What is it? The stamp on the lower right, it's the mark of those insurgents, the Defiant Dragons. The rebel group. Ain't no way. Are they really gonna say the High Priest is actually a member of the insurgents? Because that would be insane. Whoa. This is a statue of a warbat, the bird on which Lady Kira based her appearance. And all this blood is from the High Priestess, huh? He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace. Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. But there's no way Maya would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. It's been stained red by the High Priest's blood. Okay. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. What's that from? An old legend. You think someone's trying to make the legend happen? Okay, well, got all that, got these, got this. Obviously this. Hey, isn't this Lady Kira's robe? Oh, holy mother, Lady Kira's robe. I know how you feel, but we should leave it as it is to preserve the crime scene. You imbecile, this is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore. It is? What the heck is it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years. Enough. If I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. Even she's like, I don't know. That foul murderer must not get away with this. Hey, that's my sidekick. Former sidekick. This robe kind of smells. How dare you insult such a sacred piece of clothing like that? No, I mean that it smells like incense. Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with a sacred incense. Interesting. I feel like that's irrelevant. Okay, looks like it's enough for this part, so let's go. Oops, on. One. There we go. Interesting. Okay. Well, first off, but that was the closer angle. How is that not the closest angle? There's something hanging off the ritual curtain there. These look like these are prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion, except they are arranged like no prayer flags I've ever seen. How so? All of these flags have been sewn together. Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner now. There's something written on a piece of it. Donated by Taras in me. It seems this piece is from a donation Abbott and me made at some point. I have a thought, but I don't think it's the right thought. I think it's like, maybe they use it as a, what's it called? Like a parachute thing? During the rite, the inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain, making this case something of a locked room mystery. Ah, he said it. Okay. The purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. Oh, so the inner sanctum is like her private bathroom. Indeed. So to see it that you keep it clean. So see to it that you keep it clean. Whew. Eek. And what was that shrill scheme just now? It's just, I'm afraid of heights. Yeah, and fuck that. I guess that 5 stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. Okay. It's a statue of a bird. I guess I'll take a closer look at it. Look, the bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fella. Are you the one who took it? Of course not. This statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage is to be expected. I shall ask my mother to have it repaired. I don't think I'll find anything else of interest around here. Okay. This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that curtain. Well, up I go. Oh, what that's tight. Wow, what an incredible view. It almost boggles the mind. Get down from there, that distance. Right, I'm sorry. I'll be right down. Guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up here. Oh wow, literally like that one case. Damn. Get back to take a closer look. Take a closer look at that meme. This lantern is damaged. Damaged? Was this your doing? No, I didn't even touch it. Then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that be repaired when we are finished here. Of course, I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored. I'll be back to take a look. You'll see. Okay. There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the rite? The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. It wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. So something must have happened over here. Okay, so I got everything I can here. Yeah. Before I finish up this, let me. Nah, I feel like I'm good. Alright. Could you tell me about this place, Your Benevolence? I have nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is that because you don't actually know much about it? You ill-mannered. I am the crown princess of Cryan. Ah, she got a little blush thing. She's basically like a high-end tsundere. Ha! Well, there's nothing I do not know. Nina. Who is this person? Hey, no cheating. Silence, barbed head. Nina's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion. Bullshit. You call us hacks. Nana, can you look up Skibbity? What is Skibbity? All the kids at the Korean school are saying Skibbity. I need to look it up. And this poor fucking Nana on the fucking computer just like typing away, looking up Skibbity, and has to look up Skibbity toilet and watch like all the 20 or 30 fucking videos and come back to Rita and be like, Skibbity toilet is a meme that has to do with the go around and they go like Skibbity up, 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 up. I don't know. The idea of that is really fucking funny to me. This spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the bloody battle. And today's purification rite is the ceremony that traces its origins back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe with the sacred water leads one courage for the next battle. I see. Thank you for that excellent explanation. Commoners are normally barred from here except for the day of the rite. Who normally controls the access to this place? The High Priest and his family are responsible for that. The High Priest and his family, huh? Yeah, what about his wife? She was pregnant, doesn't mean that she couldn't do it. Can you tell me about the High Priest and his family? Abbot Imi lived with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte Pere Zealot. Oh my god. Come on, people. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in, as she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest. No, you have it backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in. Then that braggart must have embellished her qualifications. I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then? Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. Interesting. Do they conflict, or is it because they're too similar? For those descendant of her holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. Okay, so they conflict. Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you? Okay, I need to find those two then. Yeah, the other family members. Could you tell me more about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. Unavoidable. Nina. Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister. Interesting. But like her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. A dagger? Well, this became relevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our souls, and the Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Oh, it's like when I was playing Honkai. It's like Castaways and her sister. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe, or kind of, and concealed her face as her sister did. Okay, but who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. Our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons, led by the insurgent Dirk. You know what? I'm gonna make a guess here. I'm gonna make a guess, and this is not knowing any prior knowledge, but I'm gonna make a fucking this good-ass goddamn guess that Dirk is her father. I'm calling it now. This is that type of fucking game. They pulled this so many fucking times before. That there was like some guy who has a relation to someone else. You know, they did that with, what did they do that with before? They did that they've done that before, definitely, at least. You know. Yeah, like, they should be like, oh, he's no father of mine. You know. That's gonna be my guess, and that's probably also gonna explain the reason why I'm gonna make a guess here that why she's such a fucking pompous, arrogant girl is because she's like pressured by the fact that she has to keep this image of being like the perfect person, because she doesn't want to be like her father, who's like the Defiant Dragons leader. It's like your dad's like the biggest fucking criminal and like the traitor in the whole entire country, and you don't want to look like that, so you're just gonna overcompensate. But you overcompensate way too much. That's my guess. That's my guess of the whole entire game. Also, it's a little bit predicated on the fact that when we were in the High Priest's room for a split second, I looked over on the paintings that they showed, which they made a good point of not pointing those out, mind you. And it showed him there as an image. So he definitely was at least had some standing, right? He's not just some random dude. He has some standing to be having a picture in the High Priest's, you know, humble abode. And there was a person to the left. I saw a girl, a woman, I mean, and I bet you she's the mother. That's my guess. So what's with the bird imagery? Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbad. It is a fearsome bird that's unique to Cryan. Oh, but this way, if she's not the child, I bet you either she is related to him or the Sadmati is related to him. There's no way of these two that neither one of them is not related to what's his name, to him. And what about the recent rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Who do you think she is? I've heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. Okay, I think we got enough stuff out of here. Oh, I can do any ideas on what to do. The killer must have been the one they called Maya Fey. There could be no other. You never know. It's still pretty early in the investigation. She has spent time in the company of lawyers, so she must have a wicked soul. Haha, fuck you. It is only by the Holy Mother's mercy that you are allowed to investigate this sacred place. Remember that, and give thanks to her holiness for this great blessing at once. Oh, thank you, your holy motherness. That seemed a little insincere. Shall we halt this investigation immediately? No, wait, I'm grateful, really. I wonder. Well, are you going to conduct your investigation or not? I will. It's just, are you going to keep following me around like this? Of course, unless you intend to do something you feel the need to hide. No, I do everything by the book. Then get on with it. Well, we do everything by the book. I'm not doing this for fun, you know. I too have many duties I need to attend to. What is that look you are giving me? Am I perhaps being bothersome? No, don't be absurd. All right, let's go back down. The religious devotion of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon. Now to find Emma. You there, wait. Want to ask you something. Okay. Do you know me? And do I know you? Well, I'm Phoenix Wright. I'm a lawyer. No. I want to know if you know who I am. Huh? How should I know? I've never seen you before. You a tourist or something? Are you having trouble remembering who you are? I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important. Do you know this man or something, Bobhead? No, I just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira? You know of Lady Kira? Then you are Kiranese, I take it. Maybe? Are you just noticing he's eating lizards? What, you want one? No thanks, I just ate. Now I remember, get a load of this. Well? Well, what? I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than a mere memory loss. Oh no, he's dumb. I'm just gonna move this back. Oops, that was bad. No good, huh? Guess I'll try somebody else. So, who was that man? And what did he want, Bobhead? I wish I knew. Hey, Mr. Wright. What now? Sidekick number 2. Meet number 2. Yeah, sidekick number 2. Meet sidekick number 3. What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, did I? Oh no. Oh, sidekick number 4. Oh, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I wanted to tell you that I investigated the crime scene. Hope it wasn't too much trouble to getting my investigation of the innocent improved. Oh, it was fine. Prosecutor said Marty gave his okay straight away. He said that you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself. Yeah, I figured he'd say something like that. And that moving on before the trial began would be the smart thing to do. Well, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up. I figured. That's why I prepared a little gift for you. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Also, I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you. Thanks, all of this will definitely come in handy. Well, looking a little rough there, huh? He's just taking a nap. Oh yeah. They're done questioning Maya. Really? See, and that's why I didn't go to the detention center first. I fucking knew it. Really? I should go pay her a visit then. Oh shoot, look at the time. I have to get going. You sure seem busy. That's because His Infernal Holiness is a real slave driver. His Infernal Holiness, Prosecutor said Marty. He's like the world's hardest riddle wrapped in a flowery sash. I keep wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type of thing, you know? Like, he'll ask the most insane things to me without batting a single long eyelash of his. Ugh, why'd I have to get bad luck with prosecutors? First it was the glimmerous fop. And now that I'm finally rid of that grating, bling-loving Europhile, I get this guy. Oh no, now I'm really gonna be late. They'll probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. See you later. He does not appreciate Prosecutor Sadmahi's sutras. What ingratitude. It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Hey, you wanna see a dead body? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I can say this to you again. That man we just met, he seems quite suspicious to me. Don't tell me he's an acquaintance of yours. Not everyone who's suspicious is friends with a lawyer or vice versa, you know. For example, I have many upstanding friends and acquaintances, like a chief prosecutor. Well, as long as your friends are free from the taint of corruption, they are. In fact, my friend, the chief prosecutor, is cleaning up corruption in the prosecution's office right now. You know? Are you going to speak with that woman? If you mean Maya, then yes. There's something I need to tell her. Something I need to talk to her about. Something like a jailbreak? And how exactly could we do that with you and a guard watching us like hawks? Let's move back up to the inner sanctum. Can we... So she gave us luminol, but we cannot use it on the crime scene? Okay. I guess we had to find something that would be suspect to have luminol on it. Which would be like, good point. The thing about the luminol, right, is that we don't just use it on blood if we can see the blood. We use it on things that should have blood but don't have blood on it yet. Which means, obviously you would think to, you know, oh, you see blood here, but like using luminol here is dumb because you already see the blood. You already see it here. So we'd have to do it on something that looks suspicious enough to like warrant like, oh, maybe blood was here, but it was wiped away or carried away or something like that. So we don't have that information yet. So we're going straight to the detention center. Oh. It's just like old times. Nick! I knew you'd come. How are you holding up? It wasn't me, but no one will believe me. I have to admit, I'm still a bit in shock. Who would have thought you'd get caught up in something like this, and so far from home? But I'm going to defend you, so hang in there. We can do this if we work together. This is all my fault. I mean, you came to Crying just to visit me. We hadn't seen each other in ages, and then this happens. Come on, remember who you're talking about. Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect by now. Haha, I guess you're right. And you saved me each and every time. Yep, so just tell me everything you can and let's go from there. Bob Head, stop stalling and go straight to the matter of true import. We know she is a murderer, therefore it is time for her confession. Your benevolence? What brings the royal priestess to a place like this? I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now, out with it. Confess to your crime. But please, your benevolence, could you please take it down a notch or 3? Maya, please tell me what you can. I know this must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help. Sure, okay. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. She has nothing to talk about with this stuff? Interesting. I didn't kill the high priest, I swear. Of course you didn't. And why should I believe the words of an accused? But I really didn't kill him. And if you don't believe me, then prepare to get an earful. From Nick. What? Keep me out of this. Sidekick number 1. Hope you're reacquainted with sidekick number 4. I didn't kill the high priest. I wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. Abbot Inmee was an important figure with a ton of duties, including treating acolytes. He was really kind, even for a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. I could ever kill someone like that. He sounds like a really good person. It was so much fun. I got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. And his wife was a master Chinese cuisine. I've never eaten better in my life. But what? I can't completely deny the charge either. Huh? As I suspected, the snake has shown her true colors at last. Your benevolence, please. I'm trying to figure out what really happened here. So what do you mean you can't completely deny the charge? Well, during the purification rite, I suddenly got really sleepy. The next thing I knew, Abbot Amy was, you suddenly got sleepy. So then you didn't actually see the high priest get murdered? No, I didn't. But if I was possessed by some crazed spirit while I was asleep, then what an excuse. How dare you pin your crime on another person's soul? Girl, I need you to buy this game called Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. I need you to play every single fucking case in that game. Specifically cases from 2 and 3. Specifically 3. Okay? Do you know how many dead people have possessed her or somebody else and done things that are either good or bad? Be honest, what you call training is but an extentification in reality. And that training here is simply for prestige. No, it's not like that at all. I'm trained to become the master of channeling technique. A neophyte practitioner such as you becoming a channeling master? I think not. The spiritual power required is beyond the means of an outsider like you. You really, you girl. This is like in like the Tales of Symphonia, the second game. I like the first game, and I tried the second game, and eventually I might go back to the second game at some point in my life, before I die or some shit, right? But the thing that pissed me off was the main character of the second game hating the guts of the first character, which, to be fair, makes sense because he thought that he saw the main character of the first game massacre a village. And then all of his friends, all of the main party from the first game, meets up with the protagonists of the second game during different times, and they're like, we don't believe you. We do not believe that the main character did this. It's like, but I saw it. You just don't understand the main character like I do. And it's like, no, they do. And I, the player, I do. So you just come off as a fucking like contrarian just for the sake of the plot, And it's the same thing here where it's just like, if it's just like, oh, you can't channel spirits. And it's like, I've seen her channel spirits for 3 fucking games. Your benevolence, I wouldn't call my neophyte because she can already chat. Wait, Nick. What? Can I talk to you for a second? I want to keep my spirit channeling ability a secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? Why? I'll explain later. Just keep it a secret for now, okay? Okay. I guess so. What is all that whispering about over there? Oh, it's nothing really. That's so, oh god, that would help you out so much. I almost forgot. Nick. Yes? About, maybe it's a situation where it's like spirit channeling is like only usually supposed to be for like the Holy Mother or something. And they don't know that outside of the village that like other people can be spirit channelers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe it's like, oh, spirit channeling has only existed within people who have the descendants of the Holy Mother's blood. And then here comes Maya, who's an outsider, like, oh, I can actually spirit channel. And they're like, you can what now? Which would like discredit the power of the whatever Raifa's like family is from. That's my theory right there. It's something like oh, like I gotta keep a secret because I can't destabilize the government society if they know that I can spirit channel. About Abbot Inmi's murder, there was something I noticed that I thought strange. Oh? So what was it you noticed? Well, you probably won't believe me, but why why don't you let me be the judge of that? Okay, so you know that spring? The spring? You mean the pool in front of the Warbad statue? Yes, that. The water in there was dark red. Yeah, but you mean, when I say dark red, I mean blood red. Oh, that? Yeah, I saw it too. You did? Yeah, the high priest's blood turned it red. What? No, that's not what I meant. The spring was red before he was killed. What? Wait, so it was already red even before the high priest was killed? Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rite, just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says. What ancient legend? The spring shall turn red upon Lady Kira's return. Oh, that's what Wright mentioned before. That's how it goes anyway. Hold on. Yes, there is a legend about the inner sanctum that says just that. But the water runs red this time thanks to the murder. The police investigation confirmed it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off of the water. I don't think that was it, though. An ancient legend, huh? What if it's connected to this murder somehow? Nick? Yes? So, actually, there's one more thing. Before we do that, it's going to be the end of this. Investigate this guy. The outside world. What is this? There's something I want to show you. There is. I found this at the inner sanctum after I came to. Is this a letter? See that stamp on the far left at the end of the letter? Does it look familiar? Is that? That's a mark of Lady Kira. Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that. What? This is... What? What does it say? Do not perform the rite. I know what you are planning, Lady Kira. That sounds like a threat or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, though. It looks to me, too. Nick, do you think... Wait. First, there's that ancient legend. Okay. Now, there's also Lady Kira's warning. Plus, with the Warbad dagger being eyed as the murder weapon. But don't tell me. Okay, so here's my thing. No, even then. Let's say the guy was working with the drifting dragons, or what they're called, right? The insurgents, right? The high priest was. And let's say the Lady Kira person murdered him, and because, you know, they suspected him of being a bad guy. All the previous people who have been caught by Lady Kira have been caught. They haven't been killed. Something's not right here. Don't tell me you actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the High Priest. Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break. But you were saying only yesterday how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal. Yeah, yesterday. I wish I could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. But the fact is, we're dealing with a murder here. Thus, my days of dreaming have come to an end. Alright. I'm going to keep it real from now on. And you should try it too, Nick. So I guess I've outgrown that stepladder argument we always have. They mentioned the stepladder thing. Let's fucking go. I think you mean ladder, Maya. So what do you mean keeping it real? Oh, so you know how someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right? Oh, you mean the rebel hunter Lady Kira in the papers? Yeah, that one. I think that's who probably sent this warning. What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that Abbott Inmi was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop? The rebel hunter is sure to be a vigilante who loves this kingdom. And it is that patriotism that led to them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira. Such a patriot would never slay the high priest. Besides, why would such a vigilante want to stop the purification rite in the first place? I haven't figured that one out yet. I rest my case. You big dummy, you can't fool me. It was you who forged that warning letter. You were trying to shed your guilt onto our most sacred Lady Kira. Admit it. No, I'd never do such a thing. Now, your benevolence. Let's try to remain rational about this. Maya, did you show that letter to the police? No. I was afraid that it would anger everybody needlessly, so I was waiting to show it to you, Nick. Three letters too. Well, no, just turn to Rafa and be like, hey, if you take these letters and combine them. Oh, good God. I feel like there are probably more left after it's how it was folded up, right? All right, accused, wrap it up. I guess they have more questions for me. Yeah, at least I have a better idea of what we're up against now. Nick, there's something I've been meaning to say. I don't need a lawyer this time. What are you talking about? It's just, you know they have that Defense Culpability Act here in Cryan, right? Well, if I'm found guilty, you'll be charged with abetting a criminal. Don't worry, Maya. We'll pull through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we? Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, you know? True, but I've been through one trial here already, so I know what I'm getting myself into. Kind of. You had the fucking Winston Payne or whoever his cousin or whatever it was as the prosecutor last time. That guy's a fucking idiot. Now you got prosecutor Sad Madi. We're going to win this one no matter what, because I believe in your innocence. Yeah, I know. You've always won because of your faith in me. That's right, so it's all aboard the Phoenix Freedom Express. Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you later. Bravado will not save you tomorrow, and by then it will be too late to ask for mercy. We're going to beat this charge. You'll see. I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken, but I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. Wait, don't tell me you don't know what Freedom Express refers to. Of course I know. Do not presume to know what I do not know. Nina? Okay. That woman you call Maya Fey is not to be trusted. I hear she's already 28, and yet she is still antsy as a maid in her teens. 28? Goddamn. Hey, how old is Phoenix? Was he, what, 26? So it's like 36 now, I think. I think he's like 36 now. 25. Damn. He's 25. 14. Oh, you a fucking child. Praise Zealot. Surely she must be hiding something. So what next? Let me think. Oh, I know. Dare I ask? Admit the accused's guilt so we can go straight to the inevitable guilty verdict. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? That will solve everything. Why did I even ask? I don't think I'll keep on investigating. Wait a second, how? 9. Holy shit, Albie was 9? They're gonna put a 9-year-old to death? Are you fucking kidding me? It's such a bizarre place, this bazaar. I cracked myself up. It's where we started this game. I guess the bazaar is as good as a place to start as any. Now, who should I? It's Nina! I see. So that is what a Freedom Express is. I knew she was gonna do that. Mr. Wright. That sounds like... Is Miss Maya okay? I believe her, Mr. Wright. I know she didn't do it. Do you now, boy? Oh, Kakuna, your benevolence. You mustn't trust in lawyers, you... Are you not the accused from the last trial? Oh, what's wrong, Albie? Your benevolence speaks with the, You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? Yes, your benevolence. I'll be your guide. That's what it was an alibi. It's Albie. Yeah. I'll be your guide. Your benevolence. Know this, Albie. Your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep. Please forgive me, your benevolence, but Mr. Wright is a very trustworthy man. God, I hope Raina gets accused of killing someone and then we have to defend her. Oh, that'd be so fucking funny. And I trust him as a lawyer. What's this? I'm sorry. Forgive my insolence. If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, it can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Oh. Mr. Wright, her benevolence has sunk to the ground. She must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time. In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Alrighty then. You wanna see a dead body, kid? Alright. I don't think I can present him anything at the moment. So what have you heard about the rebel hunter that was in the newspaper? Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say she's the modern day Lady Kira. People have been on the edge recently, what with that jailbreak and stuff. I sure hope they can catch that escaped prisoner soon. Escaped prisoner? Yes, he was one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured. There's a hardened criminal on the loose. That is bad news. Yes, but the modern day Lady Kira is also super amazing. I mean, she takes down big scary rebels all by herself. Yeah, that's not exactly something just anyone can do. And what about that escaped prisoner, Albie? So what's the escaped prisoner supposed to be like? They say he's a vicious fiend who serves as Dirk's right-hand man. Dirk, as in the leader of that rebel group? Wait, I think we saw him then. We saw him in the ending cutscene. Was he the guy with the knife? Yes, the escapee serves that dreadful master of the Defiant Dragons. They say the prisoner is a former soldier, and that he carries a big scary knife. Rumor has it he's a cold-blooded killer to boot. Hold on. I got an idea. I got an idea. Hold on. VODs 2025. Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. First case. You do all the first case. We did. Okay. Okay. Hmm. I thought I saw an ending cutscene. I was looking at my VOD. Did I miss it? Hold on. Ah, there we go. All right, hold on. Go here. Go to this. Go to this one. This scene. Put this bad boy over here. Ah, okay. I can't hear it. Oh, you can't hear it probably. Ah, that's the big knife. All right. Cool. All right. Let me go back to console gaming. There we go. All right. So that guy is the guy that they're talking about. He is, but the police still can't find him even after an exhaustive search. Wait. I wonder if if I'm assuming that's the guy because that was the Dirk guy and that was the guy talking to him and he threw a knife. So I'm assuming maybe that scene happened before that cutscene we saw at the beginning of this game, in this case. Or maybe that cutscene happened earlier. Didn't actually happen right before this happened. The prison at the top of the Inner Sanctum's mountain, right? How did he even break out? No one really knows. He supposedly did it without any tools to speak of, too. Okay. Oh, I'm right. Holy fuck, I think I'm right. I think the head priest was at least working. I'm not sure if it was like, you know, under duress or if it was if it's not under duress, then maybe it was from something else. Maybe it was from just because he actually was working with them. And then he made these prayer flags, right? Put them into a parachute, delivered them. They didn't say the message here, but it was like, oh, courtesy of the abbot in me. So he made him deliver to them. Guy escaped, used these as a parachute or some other kind of thing to get down. Came down here, and then he and Abbott Inmi worked together to drug Maya so that she wouldn't know that he come down there. And then something happened, and the guy killed Abbott Inmi. Some say he must have fallen to his death. Personally, I like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like that terrible incident might happen again. Terrible incident? What's the crux of this game? What was that about a terrible incident, Albie? It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader, Dirk, who did it. The previous queen was assassinated. Oh, it was a terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen, only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. Those defiant dragon rebels are not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why, with that escaped prisoner on the loose, who knows who might be killed next? So is there anything else you can tell me about that rebel hunter Lady Kira, Albie? I was just thinking there was something else, but what was it? Oh yeah, here. Oh, what is it? Shadu found it. Why, that's the Warbat arrow. Feeling better now, your benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself, for I am the crown princess of Kryanin. Now, let me see that boy. Yes, your benevolence. Aha! A three-pronged arrow, huh? I see where they're going with this. If you fold these three up, yeah, into like, in those thirds, into like one altogether, like fold it all up, it makes three prongs. As if these were all like stabbed through all together with three prongs. And now we just got a three-pronged arrow. It looks very much like the one of the legendary weapons Lady Kira once used in battle. A three-pronged arrow. Even Wright sees it. Where did Shadu find it, Albie? Near Abbot Imi's house. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priest's house? Yes, of course. I wonder if she's gonna be stuck up about lawyers or if she's gonna be chill. His wife. Oh, Dirk. It wasn't Dirk up there. It was the other guy. Oh, whoopsies. Whoopsie daisies. Well, maybe that theory is. Is that a silver samurai bag on the bottom right? Yeah, this is what they brought you, remember? Oh, we can't investigate anything else. Interesting. Excuse me. Oh, she is dead inside. Beleb. Believe. It's believe. Because if you take her husband's last name, it's believe in me. So trust in me and believe in me. Yes, may I help you? I was hoping to speak with the High Priest's wife. Are you her? Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Believe. Oh my, your benevolence. Please, be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. I owe much to your husband. You have my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss. You honor me with your kind words. Look, dear, the royal priestess has come to visit us. Oh, that's a shawl on her face. I mean, she's still sad, but I thought like her face was literally darkened. Like they were doing like an artistic choice, but no. Yes, What's that? Oh, of course. Oh boy. Oh boy. My husband too is delighted that the royal priestess has graced us with her presence. You can speak with Abbot in me? No, I don't possess the power to speak with the dead. I can feel his presence. What's that? No, that can wait till later, dear. So your benevolence, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. I know this must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine has fallen under suspicion, you see. A friend of yours? So then you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct? That's right. I'm sorry, but I'm still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. But Inmi and his wife were one of the closest and most loving couples in Korean. If she is not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any further. Yeah, I don't wanna. Would it be okay if I stayed here for a little while? Bobhead, have you not been listening to a word I said? Look, you benevolence, I'm sorry for her loss, but I'm running out of time. So what I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Please let me talk to my husband about this. Yes, and no. No, don't. Not in front of the royal priestess. What? Now if you would excuse me. You have but poured salt on her wounds. This is precisely why you lawyers are so despised. Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen. And she was gonna get mad at me. Could it be that you actually possess a conscience? Of course I do. But I'm also desperate for information. So, what do you plan to do now? Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess, and see if she changes her mind. Just see that you do not touch anything you should not. Okay, well, let's start with the most important thing. What a magnificent altar. Of course it's magnificent. It's for the Holy Mother, after all. The Holy Mother. Is she that faceless figure there? Such insolence. How do you not know who her holiness is on sight? Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant? I'm sorry, it won't happen again. This is why lawyers are so despised. Now listen well. Depicting her holiness face is the greatest taboo of all Koreanism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. That includes the members of the whole royal family. Wow, now there's an unusual custom. By the end of this game, we're gonna find out what her face looks like. Probably. They're teasing all this stuff that I'm like, this is not just gonna be contained to this game, this case. You kidding me? Why don't we just ask? Oh, whatever. A poster of the mountains? Oh, the Inner Santa Mountain is featured against those other towering peaks. Those beautiful mountains are known as the Roof of Korean. And I see they have even included Mount Pony Pony in that poster. Mount Pony Pony, is that the smaller peak on the left? Oh, what if the person killed the high priest and then jumped off and then used some method that we don't know of yet, some method to get to the other side, Mount Pony Pony, and then just walk down? I suppose the lawyer with a defiled soul such as you could not perceive this beauty. No, that's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. Okay. Look, they even got TV. Uh-oh. What show is this? It is the Plumbed Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Oh my god, they got their own Steel Samurai. It's based on Lady Kira and is the #1 action hero show in Korean. The Plumbed Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. They're even playing Steel Samurai's theme, but like slightly different. Yes, it's an entirely original show created right here in our kingdom. Yeah, I don't know about original. I don't know about that. Is something the matter? Well, it's just we have an action hero show back home that is really similar to this. Dan, 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 dan. Ban, dan, dan. If I ever change my ringtone, it's gonna be this. I'm gonna check his edge later and see if it's on there. The Plum Punisher seems awfully familiar. The Plum Punisher originated here in the Korean. Is that clear, Bobbed Head? Yes, your benevolence. Go on. Is this a piece of art from of some sort? What a beautiful orb. Hmm? Is something the matter? Bobbed Head, take one step back. Okay, done. Do you spot something? Yes, your dismal reflection was ruining the orb's beauty. Did you have to put it like that, your benevolence? There's a steel samurai patch on this bag. Guess the bag must be Maya's. She probably left it here while she was performing that rite. Can we look through it? This game looks kind of like checkers or chess. You mean to say you've never heard of a... Why are you giving me words like this? Okay, Kakudemal? Kachudemal? Oh, catch them all. Like, gotta catch them all. Catch them all. I've heard people describe it as Koreanese chess. So 2 players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king? Not quite. In Kachudema, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Oh, it's a wanted poster for the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. What? Let me see that. That's a ball. That's a ball. That's our bow. That's our... I think it's like that's our... But ball? Oh, like that's our ball. Like a basketball? That's our ball? A senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper. Oh, paratrooper. Got him. Fucking got him. There it is. That's our guy. There it is. Former paratrooper. And that thing is a parachute. Holy shit, I cracked this case. I never even played it. Foreign land. Wanted for crimes against the kingdom. Considered armed and dangerous. His appearance alone exudes menace. He must be captured at once. Is something wrong? The bounty is 3 million damas, money that comes out of the people's tax payments. I shall have it lowered to about 1 million damas. You seem unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare. Unexpectedly? How rude. Nana has always taught me that kingdoms that do not value their people come to ruin. The crown princess, it is only natural that I care for my people. You know what? Good on you. How about sending some of that kindness this way? Well, I suppose I could. If you quit being a lawyer and pay taxes to our kingdom, that is. Pay taxes? In your kingdom? No siree. I'd rather sit on this bed of nails. What is this scary looking spiky thing? There's a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There is not a soul in Cryon who would not recognize this. A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this? How else would you suggest it be used? Okay. This looks like a waste bucket. Hey, there's an envelope sticking out. Oh, the 3, what's it called? 3 punctures. scrounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog. You are a pitiful creature indeed. What does it say here? It says, to the high priest. You cannot even read? You're even more pitiful than I have thought. Thanks, and I will keep your words of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. So the envelope was addressed to the high priest, huh? But it's empty. Still, there's something about it. I'd better hang on to it. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart and is simply waiting shall not change that. Can't we wait just a little longer? Oh, you're still here. Lady Believe. Miss Inmi, do you think you're ready to talk? Is it okay with you, dear? Yes, I will let him know. Lady Believe, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it is not your wish. No, it's quite all right. If my husband were still with us, he would say, oh boy. As much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it would help to find the truth, then ask whatever you may. Oh man, she is going through the stages of grief. Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. Well, whatever you are waiting for, ask your questions quickly so your departure may be just as swift. Yes, of course. Okay. Well, for once, I am not presenting the dead body, but I will present this. Excuse me? Okay, it's probably. She doesn't know about anything with this either. Those are two things I think I would have had that I can ask her about. What is that badge for? It is the attorney's badge used in my country. Yes, I agree, dear. My husband says I should have nothing to do with lawyers. It's not like we top the popularity charts back home, but come on, can a lawyer catch a break? Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Was he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately? No, I don't recall anything of the sort. Did anybody have a grudge against him? He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. Oh, I still got my Makatama. Oh, baby. And it's been fully powered because it's only been a year since Poe recharged it. Are they really gonna make me break the Cyclops on someone who's grieving their dead spouse? Oh my god.
Take that!
Alright, here we go. How much do you want to bet that, like, that the High Priestess can't even see this? Let's just stir the pot a little. Be very careful, dude. Miss Inmi, I have an idea who your husband's real killer might be. That would be Maya, would it not? No, of course not. It has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. It was a rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everyone's been talking about her. I know not of what you speak. Really, because she even made the front page recently. I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would she have to kill someone as insignificant as I? Actually, I was... This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum, and only Maya and your husband were there at the time. This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the high priest, didn't it? How do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've never seen that letter before, and I doubt my husband ever did either. Sorry, but I have evidence that proves this warning was meant for your husband.
Take that!
What's that? It's an envelope addressed to the high priest. A warning letter was delivered to your husband with inside this, wasn't it? What nonsense is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? You do. I think there might be something that links the envelope with this warning letter. There is? Yes, and that proof is right here on the warning letter. Spot on the warning letter proves that it was delivered in that envelope.
Take that!
The 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. And if you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes line up. As for what made the holes, I believe it was this.
Take that!
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And they were made of this war bad arrow, one of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the high priest, and delivered to your husband on the point of this arrow. Alright, let's really talk now. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? I admit the warning was sent to my husband, but he was not an insurgent. Then why did you keep it a secret? Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't. We are a Koreanist kingdom, as such, rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Koreanism itself. Your husband was a devout priest of Koreanism, and you feared that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public. Yes. Could you tell me a little more about the warning? It arrived about 3 days before the purification rite. When we woke that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed. It was by the side of your bed? Yes, we had the whole house locked up tight, and yet someone still managed to slip in. Oh, it was so frightening, wasn't it, dear? But you didn't contact the police, because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel? That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Taurus would still be alive today. Honestly, yeah, he would have. Oh, lovely wife, no need to fret, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone. Bobbed head, that's quite enough. Yes, you're probably right. Miss in me, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time. Don't be silly. I'm happy if I have helped. Your benevolence. May you swiftly shine light upon the truth. Bobbed head. You seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion. My mother has said what? It seems I must go. Did something happen? Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the high priest's passing. and that she shall conduct the prayer of lament therein. Her Eminence has ordered decree. Her Eminence has so decreed, has she? Oh, but she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband. No, it is only natural, considering his meritorious, I never heard it like that, meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Believe. Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is most delighted too. How wonderful for you missing me. Something's not right. Bobbed head, you are coming as well. Huh? But I don't have much time left to investigate. As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it would take but a moment. Now, come along. So we mean like straight up like the royalty, like the queen? Welcome, Lady Believe. Holy shit, I got a little goosebumps there. Ain't no way she ain't a villain. Ain't no way. What is wrong with you, bobbed head? Show some respect. Huh? Oh, you know why they say that? Also, not just because, you know, I'm just, you know, come on now. Position of authority. Previous queen died of assassination. Come on now. You know also why I say that? This game has a history of doing that. Edgeworth was, you know, we go up against Edgeworth who fell out of the game, or the first game. And then who do you have to take out? Manfred von Karma, who was pulling the strings in the back, and Edward's like, oh my god, I trust you, but to go up against my own mentor, you know? Yo. And then in the second game, well, I guess with the second game we didn't have that much. Well, we had Morgan Fay, who was the mother, the aunt, and she was trying to, you know, secure a right for her daughter, but she was also doing shady stuff and threw Maya under the bus, even though she was supposed to be trusted. In the third game, we have Iris and Dahlia, who are pulling things. In the Edgeworth games, we have the defense attorney, and we have the guy who we thought to be was the friend of the what's his name, the guy who died, chess guy, yeah, that guy. God, the second game is so fucking good. The second investigations game is so good. But they really tied everything together with that game, for that game, and also recontextualized DL6. And then, you know, in Apollo Justice, we have, you know, Gavin has to go up against his own brother. And then in Apollo Justice, we have to go up against, like, you know, who we thought was our friend. There's always someone who betrays us. Always someone. Well, first game, it's not that much, really. But always someone who betrays us. No, it is quite alright. Stay as you are. Mother. Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. You honor both me and my husband. His exemplary service deserves to be honored. You know, also why I'm saying this is because I don't know how I came up on this. Oh, I was on Blue Sky. This is a slight tangent. I was on Blue Sky today or yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And I saw a post about Lusa Mine, whatever her name is, from Pokemon Sun and Moon, whatever. And I found out that she was like the villain in those games. So that's a spoiler if anyone who hasn't played Sun and Moon or plans to. But she's like the villain. And then, but she's like, oh, but she was supposed to be like the mother of like some of the main characters. And I'm still thinking about that when I'm seeing this person. And I'm like, oh, you know. Also, she gives me off Rago vibes from Kill the Kill. His exemplary service deserves to be honored. Oh, what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Believe. May my prayer comfort your soul and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, your Eminence, your words are wasted on my humble husband and I. So, you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks. Yes, Your Eminence. I'm so very honored to make your noble acquaintanceship. I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence. Oh, may the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Believe, let us go to the chamber of prayer. Rafa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother. So leaving me with the big guy? Heh, the prayer of lament, huh? Don't see how that'll do any good. Hmm? Who are you, buddy? Nice to see you again, Minister Inga. Again, have we met? I'm Phoenix Wright. We met in the accused lobby the other day. All right, blue suit, jagged hair. You're that lawyer who brought my daughter down a peg or two. Oh, you're the father. Well, there goes that theory. Yeah, Rafa. You planning on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? The accused is a good friend of mine. Like I said the last time, you better watch yourself, see? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. You got balls for a lawyer. Guess I can play along for a bit. But I got things to do, see? So we have to talk while I work. Okay, well, hold on, let me present my badge. Oh boy. I wanted to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer on this case too. Dude, his fucking beard just goes up. What? Don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. Okay. You're smoking your fucking stamp? But it's going to be different this time. I got Crane's top prosecutor on this one, see? I don't care who I go up against. I'm going to prove my client innocent. You haven't forgotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Blow this one, and you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? Heh, you lawyers are all the same. You strut your stuff till the DC Act comes down hard. Then you start begging and pleading for your lives. It's really hard to watch, I tell you. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. Were you the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act? Heh, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm gonna enforce the thing. It started as a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade, like falsified evidence. But it turned out to be quite handy, efficient even. Handy? Efficient? Yeah, because it cuts down on cases. Yeah, made my job really easy. Yep, any goons who cross me or the Grand Administration are gonna get just what they deserve, especially those rebel scum. You can get away with that here? Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law on crime, see? And being that I'm the queen's husband, that makes me king. Go on, say what you're thinking so I can charge you with less majesty. Least majesty. Listen up, lawyer. We got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. And that's all thanks to the DC Act, so I don't want to hear any more lip about it. Okay, maybe it's not the queen. Maybe it's him. There's no way that at the end of this game, either Dirk, this guy, or the queen is guilty of something in the past. I can't defend my client unless I speak my mind. Huh, even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum party's days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. Say, White, you know what these are? No, what? Orders of execution. Fuck, man. Dude, you're just like not even looking at them. That's fucked up. They really pile up if I start slacking off. Bo does not care about killing people. What? That's fucked up. That's a cool reveal, but that's fucked up. And tomorrow I have even more work to do, processing the one for your little friend. If we really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. But you're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are ya? I have returned, bobbed head. Your benevolence, are you done with the rite? Yes, it was performed flawlessly. Lady Believe stayed behind to speak with Mother. So, you have been speaking with my father? Yes, you can say that. My father is a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Karayan is, as it stands today, owes everything to the efforts of my mother and my father. You should feel deeply honored. Yeah, I feel deeply honored to be in the presence of people who definitely and 100% advocate for capital punishment and no trial, basically. Yeah, I feel completely honored. Thanks, Wafer. You poor kid. You fucking poor kid. 14 years old and your parents are these two? Yeah, okay, now I get why you are. How you are. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so readily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. Well, now that we're done here, let's go see if I can talk to Maya now. Oh, it's you, Nick. Maya, are you okay? The questioning wasn't too harsh, was it? No, I'm alright. How about you? Make any progress? Well, I haven't heard any conclusive evidence that could prove your innocence, but I have a small lead. Really? But for right now, I'd like to ask you about the High Priest. Sure, ask away. By the way, what's the princess doing with you still, Nick? Doesn't she have anything better to do? Doesn't seem like it. I heard that. How rude. Of course I have many other things I could be doing. It's just a thought, but do you think the High Priest could have been a rebel? A rebel? Why would you even think that? Because if he was, then the rebel hunter Lady Kira would have had a motive to kill him. What? What idiocy is this? Abbot in me, a rebel? It is beyond the pale. My mother has offered the prayer of lament to his soul. That is the sort of person he was. Alright, alright. I was just raising the possibility. I'll not listen to such tomfoolery. Oh, she sounds like Francisca again. Do you recall the High Priest doing anything suspicious? Come to think of it, he seemed unusually restless during the rite. He kept glancing up at the sky, though I have no idea why. We know why. He was restless and kept looking up at the sky. That doesn't really tell us much, does it? Anything else come to mind? Sorry, that's about it. The spirit channel thing? Yep. Maya, about what you said earlier. Why can't you tell anyone you're able to channel spirits? Oh, that. You know how all the queens are also spirit mediums here? I heard. It was kind of a shock at first, though. In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. Look what I said. What did I say? I said that going to be performed by people in the family, royal family. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. And we have confirmed that in the previous games, 1, 2, 3 people could do it, right? Because, yeah, 3 people can do it, or 2. Maya showed off multiple times. Pearl did it. Was Iris or Dahlia doing it? I want to say it was I should say one of them did it, or maybe it was Well, it wasn't that. It was that Dahlia was pretending to be. No, it was that we couldn't find Maya's body because Irish slash Dahlia was it? Which one's the dead one? It was Iris. Iris put yeah, Iris possessed Maya's body and pretended to be Dahlia, or the other way around. I forgot which one is his actual girlfriend and one of the one who was the one who's trying to kill him. I see. So spirit channeling is a symbol of power authority then in that sense. I can see why it would look bad if a nobody from another country would be able to do it. Spirit channeling in the Korean tradition was developed from a Korean style that was brought to the US via Japan. But it seems like my clan's spiritual power is greater than that of the average Koreanese. It may be a quirk due to how our styles diverge, but I don't really know. Does that mean that Maya's part of royalty? Anyway, it's not like there's some kind of rule about it. It says I'd rather not have it become an issue or anything. Ooh, there was someone in the past, Mystic. Was it Ami or Mia? It was Ami, right? I want to say it was Mystic Ami. And they talked about her being a thing. That was from the second game. Maybe they're gonna make it be that she's related to the Holy Mother, like directly or something. That's why mediums who come here to train hide the fact that they can channel spirits. Oh, so this is like a procedural thing. Like multiple mediums have done that, but like lying. I see. Either way, training here is a must to fulfill the qualification needed to become the master. And what is the qualification to become the master? To be able to channel spirits of one's own volition and without fail every time. Like, remember how my spirit channeling was always hit or miss? Only ever succeeded about 30% of the time. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's more like spirits possessed her. Yeah, because Iris and Mia both possessed her. So you can do it every single time now, whenever you want. Yep. At least, I think. Can I talk to your sister again? Well, I haven't actually tried channeling anyone since I completed my training here. But once I get back home, I plan on taking the final spirit medium test. I'll have to try channeling one spirit after another in a marathon channeling session. Only those who pass the test are worthy of becoming the master, huh? Yeah, but I know I can do it. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. I wonder if they're going to do Ace Attorney 7 and have her be a good resource. Like, if her be like, I can channel the person who died. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. So speaking of similarities, I've noticed another similarity between our countries besides spirit channeling. I saw a show on TV earlier that reminds me of the Steel Samurai. Oh, you must be the Plumbed Punisher, warrior of Twilight Realm. So you've already seen the Plumbed Punisher? You really don't miss a beat. Actually, it was her benevolence who told me all about it. There is not a single person in Korean who doesn't know about it. Oh, your benevolence, you're back. As the royal priestess, I am charged with monitoring your movements. So I have changed my mind, for in order to fulfill my duty, I must not avert my ears, not even from your blasphemous theories. Great timing, your benevolence. There's actually something I wanted to show off to the both of you. Show off? Yep. Ta-da! What's that? It's an ultra rare Plumbed Punisher strap. There's only one of them in the whole world. It was specially made to promote the TV show. You're the owner of this strap? Don't tell me you're a Plumbed Punisher fan too, your benevolence? No, of course not. Only little children watch that show. I think you like the Plumbed Punisher, don't you, Rafa? Like, you like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? I have no interest in such a thing. Right. No, I am telling the truth. Sure, let's just leave it at that. So, how did you get your hands on that, Maya? I found a kindred spirit in a Plum Punisher fan here in Cryan. It was all an exchange of cultures transcending natural borders. And by cultural exchange, you mean you swap TV show promo merchandise? You bet. I traded my Steel Samurai watch for the strap. It's a super rare watch that plays Steel Samurai theme when the alarm goes off. My newfound Cryanism friend was so happy I got one of a kind strap in return. I guess there are people like that wherever you go, even here in Cryan. Watch this. When you press the Magatama on her belt, it plays the show's theme song. That sounds just like the Steel Samurai theme song. What are you talking about? Can't you hear the folk instruments in the intro and the exotic tones throughout? Plus, the Steel Samurai has Japanese taiko drums that go. Oh, I see what you're doing with this. Oh, they're reintroducing the sound better into this case because the watch is going to be relevant. And someone's going to talk about the fact that they think that they heard the Plum Princess song, but it's not going to be the Plum Princess song they would have heard. It's going to be the Steel Samurai song that's going to have heard, which is going to incriminate the person that she gave the watch to. Right. Guess my ears just aren't as good as yours. Anyway, I have this amazing idea for a new show. The Plum Punisher versus the Steel Samurai. I'm gonna totally go pitch it to some TV stations when I get back home. It's gonna be a huge hit. Right, your benevolence? I have no interest in such things. It's getting late. Try to get some sleep, okay, Maya? And leave tomorrow to me. Okay, thanks, Nick. Yeah, where are you gonna sleep for the night? My father's a great man with a gentle soul, is he not? Gentle is not the word I would use. Yes, well, you too could become a man of upstanding character if you learned from his example. Sure. I care little for that tone of yours. It is as if you do not agree. No, you have it all wrong. Yeah, how is your face? Your face can't be an open book. Here's why I get confused. Wright comes off in this game and the previous game as being very more open and more just like flundering around, except for that case where you get to see him in the Themis Academy case, where you get to see him from like someone else's point of view, where he seems more competent and like investigative and stuff like that, and more like, guys, we gotta be careful here, right? And then you think of Hobo Nick. I keep on going back to Hobo Nick. Hobo Nick was so cool. Hobo Nick was able to play poker, and even though people said that, like, even though he said that, oh, I use Chuse's powers, he was also just a decently good poker player, which requires having a good poker face. So what happened to Hobo Nick? You became an attorney again. It's like when you have someone that you're going up against in a JRPG, like a villain, and then you beat them and they join your party, and then they're no longer as good as when you were fighting them. That's what happened to Nick. You have visited the queues a number of times already. Could it be that you are smuggling in tools one at a time for a jailbreak? Of course not. Besides, you've been watching me like a hawk. Well then, perhaps you're cutting the bars in the visitor's room bit by bit. How on earth would I even do that? With that barbed head of yours, of course. Now this is getting ridiculous. Of course it is. I'm merely having a little fun here. But please don't have it at my expense. Dude, I am old enough to be your dad, okay? You gotta show me some respect. Okay, well, let's move to... Hold on. Do I have the... Do not flaunt that strap before me. You know, I get the feeling you really want this for yourself, your benevolence. You nincompoop, you know not of what you speak. I desired it so dearly that I had all of our retainers dispatch multiple postcards for it. You snooze, you lose. It's getting late. Won't be long until sundown. Mr. Wright, your benevolence. Are you done with your investigation for today? Pretty much. I thought I'd go over what I've learned so far. Care to join me? Yes, please allow me to help. Okay, first, we know that the High Priest received a warning 3 days ago. It was from someone claiming to be Lady Kira, and it told him not to perform the rite. That's right, it was that rebel hunter, but what of it? That's what I'm not sure of yet. Why would Lady Kira want to stop the rite? If you could solve that mystery, right, I could figure out her motive for threatening the High Priest. It might be the break I need, but I just don't know enough right now to act on that lead. How unfortunate for you, Bobbed Head. Your only hope is pure speculation. That shall not stand up in the Hall of Justice. You have no actual proof of Lady Kira's involvement in this crime, after all. I'll give you one last chance to withdraw before you are charged under the DC Act. Your benevolence. While it is true you did not forge or suppress any evidence, that is perhaps a product of my careful monitoring of your every move. I wasn't planning to do anything like that in the first place, your benevolence, but I am going to prove Maya's innocence within the confines of the law. How can you be so sure that you will? Because of my undying faith in my clients. That is a lawyer's greatest weapon. What nonsense. You have chosen to dig your own grave. When next we meet, it shall be in the Hall of Justice. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Perhaps prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. You sure about that? Okay. To be continued. I wonder if this is a one case, one trial, one investigation, one trial. I'm leaning towards no. I'm leaning towards no. So we should continue. Trial day one. Trial day one. Yeah, no. Okay, that's a okay. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a break for a little bit, and then I'm gonna get, like, maybe get some food or something like that quickly, get some chips or something, and then we'll come back and then we'll go to the bathroom, and then we'll continue on. It's gonna be a long stream, I think. But I was gonna play some Oblivion today, but I kind of also want to play more of this. So hold on. Okay, we're back. I'm about to go get a sandwich. Well, I'm about to go. I thought making a frozen meal, but I'm like, I don't want to deal with all that, which isn't a lot, but still, like, it's waiting for longer. And then I was like, I'll make a sandwich. I had whole wheat bread and I had bagel thin bread to make a sandwich with. The meat, what I like to tell, was like at a point where I was just like, you know what? I'll throw this out because I do not trust this to last another day or two. And then the cheese was like, well, the cheese also looks like it's going to do that well. Either so I throw that out. The first set of bread, the whole wheat stuff, I looked at it and it was dated for last week, almost a week ago. And I'm like, I can't tell if this is Best Buy or buy, like buy this by then or use by then. So I gotta about throw that out. And then the big old thing sandwich that I did use, even that one is for like 3 days ago. But that's not as bad. So I can risk it for the biscuit for this. Hopefully not get sick. I'm very cautious when it comes to bread. I'm not trying to go over expiration date with that. Hmm. I'm probably gonna mute myself while I eat, and then, well, just like not talk while I eat, like read things out. I mean, so if I'm missing talking about dialogue, you know why. Hmm. Hey, I was just thought about that. And I was like, I wonder if she has how many of her old expressions that she has, and she's got that old expression too. Still, I was just thinking of that specific expression. I'm back to eating. Now I'm actually gonna mute myself because I'm eating chips. So I had to mute from all that. Sorry. The hell of what now? I wasn't even done with my drink. I was gonna keep on playing for a little bit while I was muted, but I have to unmute to say specifically, what now? The hell of tickling? 500 million years? As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution. I am done with my food and drink. It's showtime. But more importantly, she had no motive to kill the high priest in the first place. Go like, sigh. I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless product of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the halls of justice. For all be made clear by her benevolence, Rafa Padma Korean's insights. So it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see. Honestly, Simon Blackwell was more of a threat than this guy is to me. This guy's a religious zealot, and that's not great. But like, you know, he's has a hatred for lawyers. But Blackwell is better at being like leading you down a way, and then being like, oh, using psychology to get you to admit to think something that roots into what he wants. He's a lot more dangerous to me. Bailiff, please show in the royal priestess. All right. Ooh, that sort of goes down. Oh my God, it's the princess. Oh wow. Ooh, beautiful. She's whatever. Rest assured, good people of Cryan, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor. Better? Better? Better. They shall not escape on their freedom expressed today. What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Urdura Cryan. Alright, let's get on with this. So we can kick her out again. Is there something stuck to my face, barbed head? No, nothing, your benevolence. Now then, your benevolence, the divination seance, if you please. Very well. Nada, my robe. It was Nada. Nada was the killer. Look how fast she moves.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Dance time. Where did everybody go? Once again, where did everybody go? Imagine like someone like you're like, oh, I'm playing Ace Attorney. So I was like, oh, that's neat. Let me see some gameplay of it. And then Are You Sholem is like, all you have up at that point is like this cutscene. Ow, my head. Okay. 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 Comes down and it's gonna be probably the costume. Okay. Okay. Bullshit. Immediately bullshit. Did anyone else not notice the fact that he was drawn to the killer? Not the killer approached him, but he was drawn to the killer. How would that have happened? Hmm. Actually, that's a good point. How would that have happened? The victim's been Mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete. Cannot be any clearer, O foul defense. The accused don the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attack the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light. The scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. So let's go read something again. It was this thing. Princess, the high priest reads the scripture. Wow, that which had been purified with incense. So incense happens first. Okay. I can almost sense the horror Abbott in me must have felt. The facts as presented by her benevolence are indisputable. But that wasn't me. Do something, Nick. I'm working on it. The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite. Yeah, okay. Our priest reads the scripture while our priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. The rite of water. Lady Kira enters the spring and the high priest purifies her along with her dagger. The rite of fire. The priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. Okay. Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the high priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object? Of course, because I know my client is innocent. Heh, so you say. You truly do not know when you are to beaten, do you? She's having fun with this. That's nice. You intend to find fault with the benevolence's insights yet again? It would seem lawyers are Polkanen creatures indeed. What exactly is a Polkanen? Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak. So, a piece of shit? So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is willingly to deny them is to willingly dig your own grave. I tried jumping over a burning bridge to save I'm willing to risk my life to put for there in terms of this. The victor commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. That's the first part, the transformation rite. Okay, this seems like it'll be a little bit tough. Ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments. Okay. Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see. No, it wasn't me. A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on my Lady Kira's robes. Oh, he doesn't have a thing on his forehead. You waste your time with such meaningless statements, accused. Can I explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight? How did you end up finding contradictions last time? These final memories include all 5 senses. Oh, you mean those words that appeared in the pool of souls? It looked to me that the bigger word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim. Yeah, that's how it looked to me too. The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Waifa's insights the last time. What's there going to be contradictions between what Abbott and May felt and her insights, huh? You got it. I'm going to find them this time too. So remember, I could always assume... No, it's just in case that's the case. Changes their intensity. Okay. Good thing I did that. Okay. So clearly nothing. Approaching for president's about incense laden robes. My theory is that it's because the footsteps don't get any louder. The incense does, but the footsteps don't, right? Because like the incense got louder when he got closer to the killer, which makes sense because that would happen. You get closer to the killer. But footsteps, if you get closer to a sound, the sound should get bigger, but it doesn't. It stays the same, if not gets smaller.
Objection!
Riften supposedly heard the accused approaching footsteps, but did he really? What nonsense is this? It is not abundantly clear. No, it's not, because there is something strange about those footsteps. What's strange? Explain yourself, Barbed Head. The footsteps are strange because they're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have gotten louder as the sense of her sense goes stronger. Okay, see? Exactly. Why, that makes perfect sense. How can this be explained, your benevolence? Well, there must be a reason. Sad Mighty, you gonna come to the rescue of this poor girl? It is as they say. Even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. He's not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure. Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its loyalty source. Your benevolence. Perhaps you must listen more carefully to the abbot's mitama. Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with the mitama. I didn't know you can do that. By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. What's the drawback? Is there a drawback? Because if there's no drawback, why have you not been doing that? God, you run such a fucking circus show in this goddamn country. Blessed Mitama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call. Bells? Footsteps change to bells. What could this mean? Ah, that jingling must have come from Abbot Amy's bells. You mean those big things he had on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. That means the footsteps belong to the victim himself. It means the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running toward the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what a benevolence insight would have us believe. Alright, things are already coming up good. But why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself. Please explain. He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Still your voices. This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that. But be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation. While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Sadmari? Even it was Abbot in me who moved, it does not negate the accused's crime. What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. Ah. And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is simple as that. Yes, it is as the prosecutor has said. In fact, it is as I meant to say all along as bullshit. Understand now, lawyer? That contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Once I hold my insight, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. No, it does change to something. Hmm. Okay, so let's assume that he ran at the victim. That means he didn't get stabbed by the spring. So I could make the argument that that makes no sense if by the spring is colored blood. But then the problem with that is one, they could be like, that doesn't really matter. Or two, they could probably be like, oh, since he died between 2 to 3 a.m., maybe he was alive for a little bit of time and then he got over to the spring and died. But then my argument for that's going to be like, how come there was no blood found at the scene between him getting to the killer, and to the spring, right? But then they're going to be like, that doesn't really matter. Hmm. Oh, so let's look for more sensations. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Water. Okay. I don't think so.
Objection!
Oh, maybe so? Okay. They did the thing that kept the music going. Hold it. How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and Abbott and me would have adhered to them. Well, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain to us what is so strange? Yes, I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changed to the sound of water at one point. What's this? It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water. Oh? Yes. And the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction. What contradiction? I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. Paul Kukuna, that is absurd. This means the accused's location differs from what her benevolent insight indicates. Then, where do you suppose the accused stood once he donned Lady Kira's robes? Would it just be the spring itself? Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Abbott, Amy, and Miss Faye were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in the Wright's guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, it is If that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then their positions would have completely reversed. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring? I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the Wright. Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights. It doesn't? That is, say the accused was standing in the spring. So what? So what? This completely reverses their positions as what? That their positions differ from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime. I guess you have a point there. Oh my god. You lawyers are all absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster. Sounds like Princess Rafa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about. Oh Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? No, I don't think you did. I think the purification of water was happening. And my insight to account for this new truth. My theory is that my theory is that transformation meets the script to something lower carrot, which has been purified in incense. Thanks to writer's water, which the priestess emerges in the spring, dressed as Lady Kira. And the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with the rite of fire, in which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. What if what we saw with him approaching the water is him doing the rite of water? So he did everything in the right order, right? Right? Because then if we can also give him some point that will save face a little bit, because she's doused in incense, she has the robes on, she's now in the water, right? He approaches her when she's in the water because that's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to go there when she's in the water and then purify her in the dagger. And in the process of doing that, something must have happened that would have killed her. So that would have killed him. But it's not. Either it's the dagger or it was the dagger was held by somebody else. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it. What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright? Nick, Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection, but Your Benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yes, so it would seem. Wait a second, but there is another contradiction. Still you flounder about, wretched beast? Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out there. Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. But now that the place that I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may have caused a new discrepancy with Princess Rifa's insights. The broken thing. Oh, the spring side lantern. Hmm. That lantern has snow under it. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Incense makes sense. Bells make sense. Water makes sense. Pain makes sense. Right?
Objection!
Oh, fuck. It's in that statement. Inconsistent with the vision. Inconsistent? I think not. Exactly. That's where the consistency lies. Okay. We know where Maya was standing in the spring. Major hints that would very well produce a contradiction. I should go look at the inner sanctum diagram of the court record. He was facing forward. She was facing that way. That's true. He was right there, going forward. That's true. The position is now this he's in the spring, which means the water would be there. That's true. That also means that the statue would be there, but I feel like I'm missing the thing to present that would determine that. Oh, excuse me. The broken lantern, springside lantern. What's the cues and try to fight her off by the springside lantern? Fuck, this is actually kind of hard. Incense, water. Water should be louder.
Objection!
Nope. In the spring. Let's take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record. Confirm where Maya and Abbott Inmate was standing. And then focus on finding a discrepancy between their positions of where they are in the insights. So I should look at the insights. So look at what she's saying, what contradicts her statements, and then compare that to. Because remember, what you see, what she sees, what we see in the insight that the actual like senses thing cannot be fucked with, right? I mean, it can be after we revise it, but we want to get to her in the statement. So what statement must not be true? In terms of what she's saying, what she's saying, and what the position of Maya and Abbott Inmate is happening. In other words, based off of where they are, what couldn't have been a thing? If Maya was standing there, right? Maybe it wasn't that part of the ritual. It wasn't the transformation, right? This was the water part.
Objection!
Okay, no. Oh boy. Oh, wait. The position hasn't changed at all, right? So, bowing to it's not the sensation, right? Because nothing changed. The only things that changed was this statement. So if I gotta do anything, it has to be on this statement, right? If her insight is wrong, or a previous insight is now different based off of the position of where she is, but then that means something here contradicts with her insight based off the new location. Excuse me. Cause the accused to arrest the accused and try to offer the Springside land. I don't know. This is actually a fucking hard one. You won't tell me to looking at the inner sanctum diagram and look where they are, unless something here would be contradicting. Now that we know this information, we're contradicting the insight. So what is different? What you said and what you're saying. Okay. As his wife glowed over, his vision dimmed until finally he passed from our world. If he rushed her to the spring, something must have changed. Not with... It's a spells of water. Would he have gotten in the water with her? Right? Spells. Why is there no water sound? Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, why is there no water sound after he got stabbed? He's still there. It's the sound of water, right?
Objection!
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna take the hit and have a penalty. Fuck it, we're gonna do
Objection!
No. Okay. Yay. Retry from this scene is so nice. So I'd be like, oh, it makes it so easy. And I'm like, nah. Okay. What's the cue to try and fight her off by the Springside Lantern? Hmm. Turns to the lantern. Turns to a lantern. He sees both lanterns. They work. He goes forward. He hits the fire. The water goes. He gets stabbed. Purification rite by bound lanterns and reading a sutra. Purification rite. Here. Here. Turns back. Read sutra. Okay. Transformation rite ended. He slowed his scent sutra. Suddenly, wind. Incense water button. Moving with the bells. Incel pain. Nothing wrong there. He watched the accused and tried to fight her off by the Springside Lantern. He did that, assuming that there was water and she's in the pool. Hold up. Go back. Hold up. Oh, go back. Go on. The wind. Okay. Lower the sutra. He watched the cues. Try to fight her off with a spring side lantern. He was in the victim felt intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. There's a conflict with where they were. As the blood filled over, his vision dimmed. Finally, he passed from our world. You don't hear water. That's my thing. There's no, you can't do lack of. So that's something that there is some of. Interesting. Can't smell anymore. Can't smell this incense. We still feel the pain. Incense, 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 incense. Incense is gone. Then pain is gone. Well, let me look at that lantern again.
Objection!
God damn it. Wait, hold on. What if the wind... Holy shit, hold on. I didn't even notice that. I don't know if that's gonna be relevant later on, but notice when it starts off, right? It's staying still, the eternal flame. It stays still, the eternal flame. Then Puts something down. Puts it down again. Now you're saving wind because it's no longer an eternal flame. Which is probably, I think they're using the wind as the insight to show that this is the broken lantern.
Objection!
What? But that also proves my point. You notice that the wind is coming over here because the wind's blowing and it's hitting into this thing now. Right? The wind's blowing now and it went into... Now that fire is going, which means that's the broken lantern because... Wait, no. Is the fact that the water's going away now?
Objection!
Oh my god. I have to do it on an I can't just do it on something. I have to do it on something that you see, like a sight thing, right? There's no way it's this, right?
Objection!
Holy shit, that was so fucking precise. Your benevolence. I found a new contradiction. You did? I did? I know, right? I'm surprised myself. It took me only, what, like 30 minutes? No batters, but another one of your vile attempts to slander my insights. Nope, take a good look at what the victim saw. It just might change your mind. Lantern flame behind the cubes was flickering. There is nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred. No, that's not where you're wrong. If the cubes had been standing in the spring, then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue. I fail to see your point. My point is something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. So neither lantern flame should be able to flicker in the wind in the first place. Huh. She seems pretty tickled, Nick. I don't remember saying anything funny. I fail to see what you wish to prove here, but very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. O blessed Mitaba, I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there. That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it. And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the rite of fire. Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering. Say what? When we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on. That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years. Defense. We cannot risk them being extinguished even during an investigation. That would never fly back home. Well, barbed head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it's time to bow down before the testimony of the Mitama. Nick, don't worry, Maya. I'm just getting started. Okay. What new other information do you give us? Well, that shit's broken. It's still broken.
Objection!
Say it still anyway. Are you right, Mr. Wright? When 1 minute you shout out, the next you fall silent. Perhaps it is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that not right, Prosecutor Sadmati? Oh, he sees it too. Oh, he sees it too. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found. Is that so? The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight. Does it now? One of the lanterns on the inward side of the inner sanctum was broken. If you watch the abbot inmate and saw in his final moments, you will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of Miss Faye is broken. The lantern behind the Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we're seeing two different lanterns in the seance vision. How could this be? And if it were so, how would that contradict my insights? I don't think it does. Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? It's the broken lantern, we can tell. Where the accused and the victim were standing. But do you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did. Oh god. Every time I get one of those, it scares the bejesus out of me. Yeah. Welcome on in, Just Smile Dalek. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming on in. You're playing Dark Souls 3. At some point I need to get back to playing a Souls like played Sekiro for a split second. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming in. If you need to go step away to get some food, drink, or rest, please feel free to do so. I mean, depending on where you are, it may be a busy night for you, or busy day, depending. But yeah, thank you for coming on in. I am Windings, a robot detective VTuber who plays mysteries, actions, puzzle games, basically everything. But those three are my I'll call it specialty, what I like to do. Yeah. Right now we are tackling Ace Attorney, the Apollo Justice trilogy, specifically Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. But yeah, welcome on in. If you need me for anything, I'm right here. I usually end up narrating stuff, but I'm free to chat in comments. I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here. The actual spot where Maya Fey was standing. Gasps. Gasps all around. I must say, the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a capricious manner. Greetings, we have finally reached the eponymous Ring City from the Ring City DLC. In Dark Souls 3, the only Souls-like game I have played, I'll put this on my controller, is Sekiro, I believe. I bought it a while ago, I tried it, and I sucked. But I have watched people play Dark Souls. A decent amount, I'd say. But I'm terrible with knowing which ones are DLCs and whatnot. Is it like a tough part? I never really understood like which ones are supposed to be the hardest ones of the Souls-like games. I heard Sekiro and is up there. But maybe one day I'll try out, other than Sekiro, another Dark Souls game. Even my roommate tried it out once, and he was just like, it's not for me. But I feel like though I really do understand the appeal of them though. They do look like they're like really fun like action games that are like very precise, and you have to be very good at like training yourself to react to like, you know, enemies and like obstacles and stuff that like you, because you know, if you die, like you lose your souls and whatnot. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this would be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Okay, if the accused was standing on, each of them has their own difficulties, I'd say. All depends on the titans of builds you mostly go for. How's MGS3 been going? I didn't play it last week because I wanted to take a break for it because I was playing like only MGS games almost every single week. Well, 2 and 3 back to back, and I was like, I'll take a small little break to play some Sam and Max. But I'm going back this week. It's been fun, although it's been interesting. As I told my roommate, I was like, I don't normally like stealth games, and I also really don't like survival games except for like Minecraft. So when I saw MGS3 and it's like, oh, this is stealth and it also has survival mechanics, and I was just like, oh boy, this is gonna be an interesting experience for me, to say the least. But I'm gonna power through. I've had the MGS collection for a solid 10 years, if not more than that. So I'm gonna play through. It's only been 10 years, maybe been like 8. So I'm gonna play through I want to play through 1 last year. I did 2 earlier this year. I'm doing 3 now. I'll do 4 and I'll do Peace Walker. And then I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break for the rest until next year, and then I'll knock out Phantom Pain and Ground Zeroes, and maybe I'll go back to Revengeance, which is the first Metal Gear game I played. And now, after playing MGS2, now I understand. Now I'm even more confused as to how you go from babyface naive Jack in MGS2 to Jack the Little fucking Ripper in Revengeance, but I'm curious to see if they find a way to like make it seem like that's the same character in probably not 3, but like in 4. Let's see. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. The broken lantern. If the broken lantern was seen over here, then I do think that she was over here. Hold on. MGS was the game for when you then explains the tradition of to Cyborg that writing goes through. Okay, good. That'd be good to know. Also, that MGS4 is like cutscene heavy, as an understatement. I saw the percentage of how much of the game is cutscenes and not. I saw supposedly there's a 70-minute cutscene. Which I also told my roommate, and I was just like, bro, I'm gonna have to like plan my stream around that if possible, because I don't want to be like, all right, guys, it's time to end the stream, and then to get a cutscene and it's like 70 minutes. It's not like Final Fantasy 14 where they tell you like, oh hey, this cutscene's gonna take some time, so set upon some time. Hold on. Oh, she wasn't by the water. Maybe she was by the water. You do see the broken lantern. You don't see the broken lantern when you see the thing. So Maya was heading on the broken lantern. So Maya was here. Okay, never mind. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Okay, okay, because the time accusers. Okay. Holds a Guinness World Record for the longest enter cutscene, 71 minutes, all at the finale of the game. You know what? I'm fine with that. If it's at the finale of the game, I can plan around that. If it's like in the middle of like a game, though, I'll be like, shit. Okay, so we know there was no broken. Oh, there was no broken lanterns in her thing, so she would have to be over here. Uh-oh. Well, this is my Dark Souls failure right here. 2 guilty verdicts in the span of 10 to 15 minutes is insane for me. Oh, God. I failed. 71 minutes for a cutscene. I mean, I get after playing 2. I mean, 1 was nice. I understand people like 1, and then after playing 2, I was like, okay, I get why people like Kojima in terms of how he tells his stories in games, right? How he also kind of be like, haha, I got you, meta stuff. I get it. And 4, I don't know, man. That's that's a lot. She wasn't in the thing with the broken lantern, though, was she not? I thought there was the other thing. And we're going to lurk mode. Enjoy your code battles. Oh, thank you. Once again, thank you for the raid. Yeah, we should go lurk. If you need any food, drink, or rest, please make sure to get some. I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. You know, the winter has stepped into the spring. It means Maya Fey had been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now been clear, reveals that Miss Fey was standing by the side of the broken lantern. She was standing where she was supposed to be according to custom. Doesn't bring us back to the beginning. No, this is where things took a different turn. I mean, and literally, the victim had been moving toward the spring. That means while he was moving, he had his back turned toward the accused. The victim turned around during the right, because the image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Actually, it does appear. No one noticed until now. No one noticed? How could no one notice such something so big? Ha! Nah, I'm not gonna make a joke like that. It was a moment. Yep, well, the scripture the victim was holding was all we can see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was in fact turning around in that moment.
Objection.
If it is the defense asserts, then her benevolence's insights no longer make sense. How do you extend to explain that? I don't need to explain anything because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Sadmati. Benevolence's insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error. That's insolence. A huge error, you say? Do explain. A huge error is the number of people there. Yep. I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading the sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately turned back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to be seen who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed. This cannot be. But it can, and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind the testimony of the dead. Polakuna. Or Pokunka, that thing. Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime? Yes, I am. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be. Get her out of here. 2 guilty verdicts to get that through. Damn. Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer. Yes, I shall place my trust in you. Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Sadmati? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance. Yes, of course, forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you all the magnificent last rites ever seen. I lost 30 minutes doing that one part of the case, that one part of the insight, so let's see how fast I can get through this to make up for that. Now then, let's continue with today's proceedings. The defense, please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was. Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal princess, but just you have some evidence to support it, correct? Yes, of course. Waiting, Mr. Wright. Are we gonna do this?
Take that!
Guess we're doing this. Okay, 3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. He did? Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. Later said do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter. Bro, you're opening up this can of worms, but we're gonna go down this road anyway. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace! I don't understand. I heard that Lady Kira has been in the news of the late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the High Priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the High Priest has secretly been a rebel? The High Priest, a devout follower of Koreanism, a rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? I'm just a humble foreigner. Well, do you? Oh shit, he's mad. I too found it hard to believe at first. But as I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible. The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the High Priest was a rebel. Your mockery of the Koreanism, no. Of the kin of Korean itself knows no bounds. Yeah, goddamn straight up make a mockery of your damn religion. As a faithful Koreanist, I take issue with these claims, and I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings. The defense's claims are but a vile blasphemy tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abbot Imi was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so yeah. But fear not, good people of Korean. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. Of course it does. The victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned to Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him. Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is, as yet, still in my hands. Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who would deliver a definitive answer that would dispel the defense's doubts. An eyewitness? Very well, let us call this eyewitness to the stand. I figured. Well now, has to be the shaggiest witness I've ever laid eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation. Oh, I'm, you know, that so-and-so, whatchamacallit. Anonymous TBD. Anonymous to be determined. At least that's what they've been calling me. TBD as in to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name? The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name. And this is who you're using as your witness? You letting an amnesiac testify? Have no fear, I have already questioned him at length. Bullshit, what the fuck? But it's true he has utterly forgotten his name and past. His memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Imus, please tell us what you saw. That night I was up to the top of Mount Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-go, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. Bullshit. There's no way you saw Miss Faye stab this victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about. Or I don't remember at any rate. Mount Pony Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum. Oh, this is easy peasy. Mr. Immis, I was wondering, what can I do for you? The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Immis? On the day of the rite, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's check a look. Does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? See? Told you so. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Immis, I too have a question for you. Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot. How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. Ah, I thought as much. Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case? You can stab from behind to the front. Just go around and that. Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held? Why don't you enlighten me, oh enlightened one? I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes, after your soul rides for centuries in the pits of hell. Porcupine? You should be born as a witless sea urchin. Ah, even worse. With barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live in a short, inconsequential life only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. Now pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions he took. You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct? Yes. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us of something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen using a reverse grip. Thus, Mr. Immis's testimony clears up any doubt that may remain. And it coincides with the benevolence's insights as well. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
Got a pair of binoculars with you? That's pretty convenient. You weren't planning to spy on the right all along, were you? Actually, I just happened to have them for birdwatching. Birdwatching, huh? I see. You're not going to keep pressing him on this? He's sketchy as heck, but I don't really have anything I can really stick my teeth into yet. Oh, okay then. I love the great outdoors. That's just kind of the guy I am. A guy called Anonymous TBD. He's really starting to get on my nerves. As I looked through my binoculars, I couldn't believe what was unfolding before me.
Hold it!
Did you really see what you say you did? You're saying I am lying about this? Well, I'm not. It's permanently into this old noggin. can I present? I mean, I have the curtain, right? But I didn't do what you said I did. I didn't even have a chance to touch the dagger on the day of the rite. You know, I think I know that. All I know is what I saw. I've never seen any of it before in my life. What possible reason could I have to lie? I don't remember doing that at all. And no, I have a feeling the witness is lying. There has to be an inconsistency somewhere in his testimony. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's what I think it is. Right.
Objection!
Okay. Your Majesty, I had my doubts about this bushy-bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. What? You ain't judging me slowly on my predacious beard, are you? Not at all, Your Amos. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. His testimony, you say? Yes. Recall how the inner sanctum was that day ago. Specifically, that was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. Yes, I believe you're right. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Mr. Amos, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court? Well, you got me. The witness will lower his voice. I didn't actually see the accused herself. What? Let me set the record straight, I beg ya. Okay. Amended. This fucking guy. I saw the shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I can tell that it was accused of reverse gripping that dagger. Shadows? That's what you saw? That's right. I can see what was going on by the shadows projected onto the ritual curtain. In the future, Mr. Amos, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start. Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistrate. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. Though we saw but shadows, it is still a valuable testimony. Well, what are we going to do now, Nick? All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual Wright and what Mr. Amos says he saw. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more.
Hold it!
You could have seen shadowy figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. Did you really see them, Mr. Amos? Of course I did. The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain clear as day. I was watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat at Mount Pony Pony. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night? I remember there were any clouds, but the moon was definitely out. But I remember if I could cast any shadows. Okay, thanks. I remember it just like it happened.
Hold it!
Hang on. How do you know it was Miss Faye if all you saw was shadows? There's a little bun on top of her head. Didn't need to see her face. That distinctive bob's a dead giveaway. Never understate my keen sense of observation. Now that's one funny haircut. It's not nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle. I like my hair this way. Besides, you want to talk, you Sasquatch. You're not into this wild, manly look I'm sporting? Shows what you know, little girl. Nick, isn't there some kind of crime you can charge him with? I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Now he claims he only saw shadows? His testimony has sketchy written all over it. There must be inconsistency in there somewhere. Yep.
Hold it!
So what you saw was simply shadows? That's right. The shadow figures on the bright right curtain. It showed through plain as day. I could see everything that happened. Okay. But Miss Faye and Abbott and May were at the top of the mountain late at night. The only light up there was coming from 4 small lanterns. How could the shadows have been projected that clearly upon the curtain? I wonder how people harp on you lawyers. You're always so dang skeptical. Lanterns were the only sources of light, you know. Wait a second. Does the full moon come from the left side? Is that what it's saying in this picture? It's a very cautious thing for me to press on, but I think that's the case. If the light is coming from there, the shadows won't come from. If this diagram is telling it how I think it's telling it, I think it's saying the full moon shines its light down to the west side, right? No, from the west side to the east side, which means you wouldn't see shadows unless you're on the east side, but that's on the west side.
Objection!
Okay. Whew. You saw silhouettes portrayed by the moonlight? Sorry, but that's just not possible. What do you mean? How's it not possible that How's it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible. Let's take a look at this Wright's guide, shall we, Mr. Immis? The Wright is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. So if the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Immis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother! That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain. No way! Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast shadows he saw? I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Immis claims to have seen. But I did see those silhouettes, really. But how could he, Nick? Maybe it was some place where they were visible? Your Majesty, if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows, it brings a new fact to light. And that would be... wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Oh, then where do you suppose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadowy figures, naturally. Wait, you mean... No, the mountains eastward of Inner Sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place you could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where would that be? Mr. Immis was at the Inner Sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that. But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject prosecutor said Marty would rather not touch right now. Ah, you mean... That's right. This witness was at the scene of the crime. This means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could have been the one who dressed as Lady Kara and killed the high priest. What?
Objection.
No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum. The only way up there, the sayers would start down for the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness enter that sacred space? Oh, he must have, I got this. You got this. The sanctum has sheer cliffs on three sides and a steep, towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. The same as Amos was at such an inaccessible location is but a bid to tarnish his credibility. Is that not right? Right, I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't. Then, what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I might have been imagining things. What? This is insane. Bullshit. What do you mean I'm trying to frame the witness? He claims he can't even, he doesn't even give reliable testimony. He even says, I can't remember what I saw. I must have been seeing things. He's not a reliable witness. Peace, peace, I say. Think about this. If he didn't come from the bottom, he had to come from the top. I believe in you, Nick. Wah, wah, sis, boom, bah, fight, fight, Nick, Phoenix, right. What's your problem, lady? The Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I'll have you know. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, Your Majesty. Now, Mr. Amos, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell ya. That much I'm sure of, even with the fallacy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. Now you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness? Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. I don't give a fuck about that. And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. Sure, what's another 200 million? Give or take. Think about it.
Hold it!
Are you sure you weren't there? All I'm sure is that you're deeply skeptical. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are all lawyers always like this? Most certainly. They always try to pin crimes on innocent witnesses without any proof whatsoever. They are no better than bacteria or viruses. Yikes, you mean he's contagious? It's gonna give me lawyeritis. Alright. Oof, that was a close one. Almost put me there at the scene of the crime when I wasn't even there.
Hold it!
I wonder if it really wasn't possible for you to get to the inner sanctum. If you have something to say, just say it. Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us? To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention. Maybe you fell from the sky? The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Immus could have, parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow even more delusional. The inner sanctum was on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 200,000 meters tall. One mistake and a skydiver would soon find themselves in the twilight realm. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was. Even I couldn't have made that jump. Wait, what's this building on top of the sacred mountain? That is the Warrior Penitentiary number 4. Wright is about to come to the conclusion that I came to. Let's see how long I've been streaming. Almost 5 hours. 3 hours ago, I would say. Well, let's be nice. 2 hours ago. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He is the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Might I also add, defense, that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving has been found. Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? It may be incredible, dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Immus.
Objection!
Gotcha. Finally, that logic chain I've had since the beginning. Mr. Immus is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well now, finally come around, have you? Now you see I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. Oh, what on earth are you talking about? Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner, a banner that could have functioned like a parachute. Oh, Kakuna. The people of Karain are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Isn't that not right, Mr. Immus? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Immus? All this talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. Oh, yeah, you're not saying anything precisely, huh, crowd? Yeah, that's right. Fuck off. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all. Thanks. Mr. Immus, you were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this, oh yeah. I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? Are you telling me you could fly using a patchwork mess of material? It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that? Now, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at this inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed, and certainly warrants further explication. That was explanation. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Was it testimony 4 or 5? Evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. Just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. Accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident. Mr. Immis, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such slipshod testimony, and you would be cast into the hell of hangnails, where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out from 800 million years. Ooh, boy. I think I'll pass on that.
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had? Good question. Now, what was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was a wind. Not just any wind, but a sudden gale of force wind. Maybe you lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control? You got that right. Okay then, please add that to your testimony. Calm, clear skies today. Okay, well...
Objection!
Yeah, okay. We have a saying in my country, Mr. Immis. If something smells, it's usually the butts. From one lie sprout to another. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claimed gale force winds caused you to lose control, but this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around Inner Sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. Paul Kakuna. Well, I do believe it does say that. From one lie sprout to another, that makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? I've never heard it. Yeah, I kind of made that one up. Real? Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Immis claims he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider, but it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Immis, how did you get there, and from where? I wonder how. Only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the inner sanctum, its Immis must have launched himself from here.
Take that!
Are you insane? That's where he came from? If he couldn't have come from below, the only option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the inner sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. Mr. Immis, were you the third party at the inner sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. Did he know? You did it. You finally left him speechless. Oh, come on, Mr. Prosecutor man. Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you for you now. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did in fact descend to the inner sanctum from Royal Pantry number 4. But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then you surely figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity. Oh, it would seem I am the only one still in the dark here. The defense cared to enlighten me. Who is this man we've been seeing and not calling anonymous? Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back? Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. Really? Are you sure? That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime BASE jump from the mountaintop prison, the precision landing at the inner sanctum using only a homemade parachute, only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper could have pulled that off. This witness is Dad's Airball, prison escapee and key member of Durkee's rebel group. And once he reels himself, y'all can change your tune and be like, get him out of here. And like, even though you got mad at me for accusing him of being bad. Fuck you, crowd. The witness is an escaped prisoner? Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under the noses the entire time. Didn't think anyone would see through my clever disguise. But the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it? Defense. Please recall the defense's own words. He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Yeah, and what's your point? I know what it is. What of the witness's true identity? Why would a rebel dress up as the rebel hunter? Oh no. He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the defiant dragons. That's Airball. We need to get your memory back. Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. You gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to— oh, so you did actually lose his memory, huh? Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on the impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. A big fat lie? Oh, and by the way, long time no see, UT. Your Majesty. This filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell. Oh, is he the son? Oh, yes, of course. But I said, I remember saying earlier before that, what's it called? I was saying earlier before that, that Reina's father was the Dirk guy, and I said, oh, maybe it could also be Prosecutor Sad Maddie, because one of these two is probably his kid. I mean, come on. And maybe it's him. It seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yuri? Ah, there it is. But I haven't. And no dogs of the Gaon regime are gonna lay a figure on me. Alley-oop. Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. The escaped prisoner escaped again. The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long. An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker. He really put a number on all of us. Not me. Well, I can't help but feel the entire episode was an enormous waste of time. Your Majesty. Perhaps it was not as great of a waste as you might believe. What makes you say that, Prosecutor Sadmati? Dazar Bar dropped something as he made his escape from these halls. He has been direct orders from Dirk. From Dirk, the rebel leader? Oh, we only have a small corner of it. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before. You have? Scrap of paper Dazar Bar dropped as part of this.
Take that!
And this is... I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Elbar dropped. If we put the two of them together, we should be able to read what the order says. Oh my, and just what does it say, Mr. Wright? I can't read this. I can't read Kuranese. Ah, Prosecutor Sanmari, if you please. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well then. I do not understand. Well, what does it say? Using the lamplant as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the right's completion, he was to don Lady Kara's robes and make his escape. What? That is how he was to escape from the prison? Okay. Profile lawyer. I'm afraid that this is simply ludicrous. Huh? But I didn't say anything. I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebel's escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Dazar is not the High Priest's killer. How can you be so sure? If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. Dazar's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual. But what do you mean? I am speaking of Abbot Inmi, of course. Had Dazar simply donned Lady Akira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is therefore unthinkable that Dazar was the High Priest's killer. I see what you're saying. Basically, it's that if he hadn't helped with the High Priest, he could have just escaped with the High Priest and not killed the High Priest. You know, he could have come down there with the High Priest after Mai had been knocked out with whatever thing that made her sleepy. They would be like, oh, hey, and then everyone would have left, and then, you know, he would have woke up Maya, brought her back down to the thing, and be like, oh, you knocked out, but you finished the ceremony or whatever. Yeah. There's no reason to kill the High Priest, because that would make it even a worse target on his back. The High Priest was cannot bear to say it. I'm afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom. How could this be? Let it go and move on. Accept the truth is the only way. And that goes double for you, defense. Seize your future battle now. And why should I? Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have the eliminated data from our list of suspects, there's only one person that still remains, the accused Maya Fey. Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please do explain, defense. We can't end this trial without looking into... Oops. No, it doesn't matter. Oh no, only one hit. Wow. That's all I've ever had taken in terms of damage in someone's entire case. Oh no, yeah. Huh. Talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't Dad's Arbor, then who was it? That matter has already been resolved. It has. Because as I've maintained from the start, there was no third party in the seance vision. But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her. No, my arm, my pointing arm. It's time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm. It's quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbad statue. Precisely, Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbad statue draped in her sacred robes. I figured they'd even try that at some point. The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with a dagger in reverse grip. Why would the accused want to do something like that, create a false Lady Kira? To show that victim that she was being slain. And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim he was about to kill? It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was the benevolence. It was this very court itself. Come again? Twisted would not fall upon the accused if it looked like another Lady Kira was there. The defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise. Are you saying... I am. It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us. What a face you are making, defense. I'm surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? He knew back when he had this idea back then. Do you understand now? I've had you dancing the palm of my hand this entire time. Can't be. This is an outrage. Hold on. Bullshit. You took a royal priest's sacred divination seance, used it to commit the most foul and despicable murder? No, I did nothing of the sort. Nick, it's not true. I didn't. Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint this sacred hall. Indeed, it seems this trial is over. Does the defense wish to offer up another counter-argument or something? The accused is not the killer, and here's why. You do have something. It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Wait, please wait, I'm begging you. It is time to let it go and move on. Draw not need drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution in accordance with the law and invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, the court finds the accused Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Wright. I think I know what's gonna happen. God, please tell me this is what I think is gonna happen. I'm not gonna. If I'm right, I will say it, and if I'm wrong, I'm just gonna say what I thought it was. But if I'm right, this would be the fucking just like fuck you to this whole entire country. Come on. Come on. There's one thing that can save us. Your Majesty, please. Oh, never mind. Forgive the interruption, but what is the meaning of this? A body has been found in the Plaza of the Devotion, Your Majesty. What's this? And we found this sticking out of the victim. Why, that's Lady Kira's warbat dagger. Peace. I guess it. Okay. Okay, I guess it wasn't. I thought was gonna happen. I thought so, she was gonna get spirit channeled, and it's just like, oh, but she's a spirit channeler, so that means she must be royalty. We have to overturn this case. But I guess not. Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor said Mari. Yes? This dagger. Does it have your fingerprints on it? This dagger pays the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. What? But why am I cannot believe it, yet it must be true. Is something the matter, Prosecutor said Mari? This trial has run its course and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing. I was? You claim that the murder at the inner sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor said Mari, are you suggesting what I think you are? I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as the Lady Kira is none other than the accused Miss Maya Fey. What? Me? What? I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. Why, the timing matches perfectly. But there was more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night. How does that prove anything? It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found his way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rite. Yep. The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing. If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest. Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping Dad's Erebor escape after all. Precisely, that made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the High Priest, he then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So it would seem the scope of this case has been expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey masquerading as Lady Kira. So who's the dead person? If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed. As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul fight all the weight of your sins. Oh, so we actually lost a case and now we got a second case to deal with? That's just, oh god, this is the worst. It seems the defense will live to see one more day. Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you. I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, the court is adjourned. Oh god. So I have to prove that my client, Maya, didn't do 2 murders instead of not commit 1 murder. No, that's fine. We've done this before. We did this with the Master Mask case. He was accused of 1 murder, and then we resolved him of that. So then he was absolved of that one, but then he was accused of another murder because the first murder was an alibi for the second one. Man, we can do it though. But then, man, we're kind of fucked. Well, I'm busy, but no sense worrying about it now. We'll deal with this next week. Man, I have never had lose a case that bad. Ooh-wee. We're gonna find, I guess, someone to raid. Let's see if who is still live. Music back on. There we go. Let's go say hi to Jazzy. I popped by there earlier to see he was playing Rivals. Now he was playing what's it called? Obsidian, but now he's playing Rivals. We need to read message. We'll be fine with that one, I think, for once. Let's see. So that concludes today's long, arduous, very much get my ass kicked stream. Boy, that was rough. That was rough for me, I tell you. Losing even 2 to 3 guilty verdicts and then actually getting a guilty verdict. He was like, we never lost a case before together, Maya. Oh, now you did. Anyway, tomorrow, Rutries are dead. Rutri Mania. We're finishing that off. Thursday, more Metal Gear Solid 3. Friday, I'm off. Saturday, more blueprints, I think. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we don't have to do blueprints if I've beaten the game this week, the Monday. I mean, we'll still do it, but we don't have to do it necessarily this Saturday. We can do something else if we decide to. And then Sunday, I don't stream. That's it. Yeah, basically. Thank you for coming, everyone. And I'll see you around tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Bye.